Thank you. I wasn't sure how your views were going to do with only being 20 people bowling.
It was fine.
Well, this one should be a lot better because you got a lot more names in here now.
I think so. On YouTube, live on Facebook right now. I just want to let you guys know that I'm streaming the Spa City Open here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. All weekend, the squad coming up here. Got Spencer Bobars, Brad Miller, Butch Cole, Casey Murphy, just to name a few players on this squad. You can check it out over on Inside Bowling on YouTube. Figure I'd give you a quick little look at my booth here. Let's see. So here we go. Setup right here, soundboard, a monitor. As you can see, there's row bars down there bowling. Got almost a full squad here. I want to give a shout out to Josh Imhoff for inviting me here. I just want to let everybody know that I'm here doing this. And would love to see you hop in the chat on the YouTube channel. And you can do that by bowling. I'll be right here. Portgeese Chisholm is supposed to join me for a little while. Always colorful, always fun. And I think Zach Wilkins said he might want to sit down as well. So anyway, you never know what you're going to get here on Inside Bowling. Just to let everybody know that this is where I am this weekend. I've got the squad coming up right now in 8 games, and I'll be back at 8 o'clock tonight for some late night bowling till about midnight. And then tomorrow morning, all the fun starts at 8 a.m. And they got a bracket format here with a couple of buys if you do well. You can find out more about that if you hop in the chat. So, yeah, that's it. I'll see you guys on YouTube. Have a good one.
bowlers here in just a few minutes. We're going to pass out score sheets. Those score sheets have your lane assignments on them, so please look at the score sheets to figure out what lane you're going to. Also, please write your scores on them so that way we can keep track of the scores better. I know I've had to shuffle a couple people around, so I really want to thank all the people that have been very patient with me on getting these lanes right. Also, we miscounted for the squad count. It looks like we have 41 bowlers that showed up for B squad.
Well, hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Inside Bowling. Glad to have you with us here. My name is Mike Flanagan. If you haven't been here before, welcome to our channel. Today, we've got B Squad for you. 8 games of qualifying here from the inaugural 2024 Spa City Open here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We are at Central Bowling Lanes. I want to thank Josh Heimhoff and everybody here that's been hosting us. They invited us to come down. We said, hey, you know what? First year event, we're in. Short little drive from St. Louis to come on down here. We're glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. We had 21 entries this morning. We have 41 here on this squad. Should have 48 tonight. For an inaugural event, over 100 entries. It's going to be great. And I believe action is getting underway. So let's go out to, I've got picture-in-picture set up here. I know you guys really like that. So let's go here. We've got lanes 11 through 14. And then in the picture-in-picture, I have lanes 19 through 22 as well. So let me tell you who we have here, and then we'll get into all the meat and potatoes of everything. So over here on 11 and 12, we have Elijah Cousins with Brandon Johnston, Lucas Hardigan, and David White. I know we got some David White fans in the chat room. Then right next door over on 13 and 14, we have Lucas Hardigan. Excuse me. Looking at the wrong thing here. Here's my printout. Got it. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. 11 and 12 we have Elijah Cousins, Brandon Johnston, Lucas Hardigan. So it looks like we've got 3 over there. Yep, that's it. And then next door over on lanes 13 and 14, we have David White, Blake Demore, Tim Hardigan right next door there. So some pairs have 3. Then down on your bottom right of your screen, on lanes 19 and 20, we have Matthew Merriweather with Chris Seiligman and John Johnson. On 21 and 22, we got Scott Robinson, Landon Connell, and Nathan Eaton. Now, players on the squad. I'll tell you all the players on the squad. We got Danny Schubert, Clay Hardgrove, Justin Wynn, Corey Umbrello, Chase Venezuela, Tamario Ashley, Nick Agnew, Trey Martin, Casey Murphy, Kendall Martin, Brad Miller, Jared Thompson, Chandler Tisdale, Corey Smith, Bud Kroll, Daniel Chavez, Richie Tharp, Brian Kirkendall, Elijah Cousins, Brandon Johnston, Lucas Hardigan, David White, Blake Demore, Tim Hardigan, Rocky Key, Aaron Holloman, Gary Faulkner, Andrew Stevens, Kevin Smith, Matt Nowak, Matthew Merriweather, Chris Seiligman, John Johnson, Scott Robinson, Landon Connell, Nathan Eaton, Spencer Robarge, Michael Holloman, Donnie Wilson, and Eric Jones. Eric Jones bowling again, huh? Is that right? I don't see him down there. That doesn't seem right. But hey, maybe he is. Actually, he is. He's bowling again. The reason why that throws me for a loop is because as soon as I get it up here, configure standings, okay. There we go. I'll show you why I'm a little confused that he's bowling again, especially in a bracket format tournament. But hey, maybe there's speaking of brackets, maybe there's bracket opportunities for him. But take a look at this here. We've got Eric Jones, your tournament leader after this morning squad. There's the results from the 21 players that laced him up this morning. And Eric is bowling again. So he's got a bit of a lead there. He went 274 over this morning. And here's our oil pattern. Spa City, 42 feet in length. A little over a 6-to-1 ratio. All the cliff is built towards the outside part of the lane. All the shape of the pattern is out, so players should be playing out if they're going to get score. And you can certainly get some score on this. Thing is, if you feed it to the dry just a little bit too quick, it likes to hook early. So you kind of got to play that perfect blend left to right. Want to say hello to everybody in the chat right now. Ashley Burnett, Ego Bowling in here, Memphis. Chase ran it up. Rep, what's up? Mike. Mike D. Stephen F. So we got 8 games here, and it's going to take about a half an hour game. We'll be here for about 4 hours with you. Seeing some score early. Brandon Johnston starting with the front four. Tim Hardigan starts with the front four. So they're taking 1 out of 4 to make it to tomorrow's cashier's round. And with 1 out of 4, right now the number is 147 over, which is Dimitri Cruz after this morning. It is all squads combined. Got Australia in the house. What up? This place is pretty busy today. Got a lot of people in here watching the bowling. Solid 10 messes up that 300 game, but we still got one up on the board here. Just to share the love a little bit here, I'm gonna flip these. Let's take a look at some scores over here. (19 and 20). There you see John Johnson with Chris Seiligman and Matthew Merriweather. Scott Robinson giving it a shot again here, bowling with Landon Connell, Nathan Eaton. You'll get glimpses of Eric Jones and Spencer Robarge and Michael Holloman off to the right side of your screen. They're over on 23 and 24. A lot of lefties in this field, a lot of good lefties. Yeah, guys, let me get you this. That's my fault. Party foul by me here. I'm going to get you guys a link here where you can check out everything that's going on with this tournament. So that's totally my bad. If you guys want to scold me, that's fine. I wouldn't expect anything else. Of course, I'm trying to do this over here. Typing between two laptops. Here we go. Standings. Boom. There you go. Bookmark that for the weekend, everybody. I've just pinned that message to the top. There's your standings and all the information about the event. Lucas Hardigan has a birthday tomorrow. See him on the bottom right of your screen right there. Cannot trip the 9-pin. What's your favorite happy birthday song, everybody? Is it the Beatles' happy birthday song? Is it the Disney one? It goes, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. A party, a once a year occasion. A party today. That's it. Yeah, Mitch Beasley not bowling this event. But if he was, he'd probably be in front of the ball return. Probably be moving left. Pre-adjusting. That man can bowl, I'll tell you that. Well, quick pace of play again here. Gotta love that. I like to see new faces. I'm getting to see that here with Landon Connell. I don't know Landon, but he's very flowery today, and he's only missed once. And he throws it nice. He actually reminds me a little bit of Kyle Troop about 10 years ago. Right up the back of the ball, playing up the lane. Troop was a master of that. Troop, of course, has gone on to be one of the top 5 bowlers in the world and now can do anything with a bowling ball. But about 10 years ago, he had a difference between his A game and his B game. And his A game was playing up the boards and playing right as a two-hander up the back of it. And he was awesome at it. He's still awesome at it, but now he's awesome at a bunch of other things too. And Scott, should I dare draw attention to that little weak 5-7 that you left there? Scott, I really don't want to, but I guess I just did. Let's pick it up, bud. Carolyn Doran Ballard said that to pick this up, it is a 5 and 3 move to the left, and then it's automatic. If you move 5 and 3 left, you pick this every time. Every time. Robar is just spitting all kinds of pins all over the place at the 3-pin over there. Come on, Scott. Pick this up. Pick this up, Scott. You won't. You won't pick this up? Oh, baby. Almost. I still think to this day, if somebody had to pick the 5-7 and then strike for $1 million, I think I would fly Carolyn Doran Ballard in to do that. Even right now, I don't think there'd be anybody else I would pick on planet Earth. All right, here we go, Landon. See that kind of up the back of it there? See that? Not too much on the side of it. Somebody in the chat's probably going to say, Mike, you've covered this guy at Junior Gold or something. I just don't remember. He looks familiar now, but I don't know. Mike, can you comment on the PBA 50 year-to-date as you can? You just want me to give like an analysis of the season? For me, it's a 3-1. I think Mitch has signed up for the trios in Jonesboro. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. I just checked this out on Facebook. Unbelievable. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna tell a quick story here. You guys mind if I tell a quick story? Is that okay? Has nothing to do with this event. This makes me really happy. You know how you just run across people sometimes? And you just meet them on the road. And it's just kind of a cool little thing that happens. I've had the pleasure of working junior gold the last few years, and also working. Last year, I worked Mr. Gasson's Storm Team Youth Tournament up in the Northeast, and there were these two little guys bowling on this tournament that the pattern is just ridiculously hard. Like, in my opinion, and I told him this, that I think it's actually too hard for the kids. Honestly, I think it's a little overkill. But he really challenges them, right? And there were these two dudes that were like 11 years old, and they were coming across the live stream pairs, and they were just so shaking their heads. It was actually hilarious how frustrated they were with their bowling. Like, it was actually funny. It really was watching them bowl. And I decided to hop out of the booth for a second and tell them both where to play on the lanes. And they bowled better. I mean, they didn't light them on fire or anything. I mean, they're 11 years old bowling on the most brutal conditions you ever see. And, got to meet their parents and everything. And it's not too far later on. I got a message from Eli, is his name, his mom. And I'm looking at this message from May 6th. Hi, it's Eli's mom, the kid from Delaware. We live in Indy. He bowled his first 300 yesterday at the Indiana Pepsi Challenge. I said, that's amazing, congrats. He says, hey, there's a video on my page. I knew we would eventually get there. 12 years old in a few months. Thank you for always talking to him and encouraging him. He is so hard on himself, and every positive interaction helps. I'm like, you bet, least I could do. And then I look at Junior Gold in the U12 division this year, and I happened to look after day one, and Eli, he was leading the tournament, leading it. Then he led it for the second day. I think he led it for the third day, and then the last day he kind of went down. And I haven't been following the event, but I just happened to see a notification here on Facebook. And I want to give a shout out to Eli Franco. He just took down the Junior Gold Championships U12. That's my man Eli right there. Shout out to Eli. So awesome. If you want to see him bowl, it's archived on our channel here. You can check him out at the Storm Youth Team event that we streamed up in Delaware. Shout out to my man Eli. Getting it done at Junior Gold. My goodness gracious. Couldn't be any happier for that kid. Awesome. Truly awesome. Great family. Great kid. Bright future. Those are with two hands, of course. Just so cool. So cool. $171, $160, $225 left out there, $224 left, a little $177, $231 left. These pairs over here finished a lot sooner. It's my bad. I was telling that story. 200, 202, 259, 239. That was Tim Hardigan bowled 239. $175 and 221 up there on the board. Game number one. Ooh, almost a 7-10. Yeah, I know this kid actually. I think he bowled junior gold, or maybe he bowled that team event too. I don't know. Everybody looks familiar to me, but he throws it great. That's all you really need to take from anything I've said about this kid. I'm telling you, reminds me of Troop a little bit. Reminds me of Troop a little bit. Ball roll. Marsha says, "Yay! I found you again. Where were you hiding? Who's hiding? Who is hiding right now? That's what I want to know." Hey everybody, just like that. Game 1 is in the books. Game 1 is done. Dunzo. It's over. Going to game 2. Now, let me see what the standings look like now. Let me see what this bad boy looks like. This thing's going to be all over the place now. But that's okay. I don't mind. Mike, standings. I can tell you that Clay Hardgrow had 247, Richie Tharp had 234, Justin Wynn had 230, Brian Kirkendall had 222, Daniel Chavez had 216, Danny Schubert had 202, and Tamario Ashley had 174. Those are the scores that are in as of right now. We got more coming in. Brandon Johnston bowled 259. Elijah Cousins had 202. Got more scores coming in. As soon as they're all updated, I will display them on the screen for all of you to see and love and learn together. All right, well, I guess we'll rotate these, and we're going to go ahead and start here. Is that Kevin Smith? Sure is. Kevin Smith bowling with Andrew Stevens and Matt Nowak. And next door, we got Gary Faulkner, Aaron Holloman, and Rocky Key. At least supposed to be. Yes. Now, a quick question for my chat room. What PBA tournament, national major tournament, did Gary Faulkner win in what year? And what was significant about his win? Mike D is correct. Gary Faulkner won the 2015 PBA World Championship in Reno. And who did he beat? Who did he beat in the final? A player that's gone on to be very, very good at bowling. He also, which is really cool, he also is the second African-American professional bowler to win a PBA Tour title. The other is George Branham III. Both great guys, by the way. Gary, when he came in earlier today, came over and said hello. He beat E.J. Tackett. That is correct. Gary Faulkner has a really smooth style. if I remember correctly, too, Gary knows a lot about computers. I think there was a time I was on a live stream discussing I needed to get a new computer, and I think he was in the chat room telling me what computer I should buy and speaking in computer languages that I couldn't understand. He's an expert at computers, if I remember correctly. There are two Gary Faulkners in bowling, though, and people do confuse the two of them quite often. I do not, unless they're in a chat room typing as Gary Faulkner. There are a ton of lefties in this event, Cameron. There is no doubt about that. Yep. Yep, no question. You got all kinds of them. You got the House Mouse and Jared Thompson down there. You got Brian Kirkendall and Donnie Wilson. Kirkendall's down there, that's why I said it. They go together. You say both their names at the same time. You can't say one without saying the other. I'm so used to streaming doubles tournaments on this network that I actually, when I was getting ready to make the YouTube schedules, on the title of them, I almost typed in Spa City doubles. Like I had to delete it. You know when you start typing something and you got to delete it? I deleted doubles. I deleted the word doubles. It's the Spa City Open. You're streaming a singles tournament this weekend, Mike. Just letting everybody know this is a singles event. Even though there's two on a lane, it does get confusing. No, it's a singles event. Gary. Look at you go, Gary. All right, let's see if we got all the scores in. It looks like it. Looks pretty close anyway. I'm just going to bring it up on the screen. I'll do some scrolling. Let's see. Where does it begin? Right here. Just like in the produce department. Let us begin. All right, here we go. Oh, that's not very well done. Give me just a second here. That's not good. What are you doing? Come on, man. Figure this out. Act like you've been here before. Okay, here we go. Chase Venezuela and Casey Murphy both bowled 268. Michael Hallman had 266. Brandon Johnston had 259. Eric Jones and Trey Martin both had 257. Boog Kroll 252. Clay Hardgrove 247. Nick Agnew 246. Tim Hardigan 239. Richie Tharp and Andrew Stevens both had 234. Corey Smith had 232. Justin Wynn had 230. Corey Umbrello 227. Nathan Eaton 223. Brian Kirkendall 222. Robarge, Connell, Seiligman, and Brad Miller all bowled 221. That is the lucky score today, I guess. Gary Faulkner had 219. Daniel Chavez had 216. Now, let me attempt to scroll this up. Look at that, folks. Kevin Smith, 215. Kendall Martin, 210. Aaron Holloman, 205. Chandler Tisdale, 203. Elijah Cousins, for some reason, is in red at 202, along with Danny Schubert. Donnie Wilson, 202 as well. David White, 201. Jared Thompson, 201. Lucas Hardigan, 200. Blake DeMore, 196. Scott Robinson, 176. Tamario Ashley, 174. John Johnson, 171. Rocky Key, 164. Matthew Merriweather, 160. And Matt Novak had a 142. Those standings are available on my linked comment at the top, pinned here on YouTube. And there's just a cool front five in a row. We've got Andrew Stevens here. Bowling with Kevin Smith and Matt Nowak. So we definitely got some striking going on here. Gonna bounce out of here. We'll flip it up here. There's Boog Kroll, PBA champion. PBA champion, Boog Kroll. Of course, Boog wins the PBA playoffs this year. breakout year on the PBA Tour for Boog. Took down $75,000 for his win. Boog is bowling with Corey Smith and Chandler Tisdale and Jared Thompson. And next door over on the right, you got Daniel Chavez with Richie Tharp and Brian Kirkendall. They're a little bit further behind our other pair on the bottom right, and I come over here and there is a 7-10. That's not good. That's my fault. How about a 7-10 conversion just for fun? Oh, there it is. 7-10. Called it. Called it. Woohoo! 7-10 conversion. And if you missed it, even though we do have a DVR here, here it is again. That's textbook. And he knew it. No biggie. I got this. Chandler Tisdale, 7-10 conversion. Gotta love it. Boog Kroll looking for the front three. Boog's looking good out there too. Slimmed up, athletic, staying down through his shots. This game's come a long way. Is that Brad Miller from Brad and Kyle? Yep, same guy. There we go. Tisdale comes back. All right, let's go bounce over to our other pairs here as they're much further along. Gary Faulkner has the front six now. We got 278 working for Kevin Smith this game. We have not had a 300 in this event, but we have had a 7-10 converted. And now we have another one. Here we go. Now, if he picks the 7-10, I'm going to advise bowlers to wear orange to pick the 7-10 moving forward. Faulkner now with the front seven. Come on, Kevin. Can we go back to back? Nope. Wah, 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 wah. Gary with the front 8. Folks, there's a lot of scores being bowled out here right now. Lucas Hardigan. Some of these lefties are just hitting the pin so light, and they're just collapsing the bucket. Saw Lucas do it. I saw Robarge do it earlier. Seen it a couple times here. It's a pretty entertaining day here, everybody. We've got the locals, of course, but we've also got, we got some big names here. It's always fun just to check in and see how they're doing. An amateur event like this. Josh Heimhoff, our tournament director, has done a great job of bringing in some of his friends he's competed against. He's competed out on tour as well, bringing everybody here to Hot Springs. Brad Miller told me he made the drive in this morning. Good place for that, at least. 175, but here's Gary Faulkner now. All eyes on Faulkner. Front 8. Boom, front 9. Picking up from the World Championship in 2015, straight to here. While we await the finish of this game, let's check in on our other pairs. A bit of a mixed bag here. Kirkendall couldn't get that one to come back. I guess it's easy to sail it past the break point. That's why we're seeing some light hits here and there. You get it going too far away from the head pin with too much speed, it doesn't want to come back, I guess. Oh, that's not even fair. Hit him thin, watch him spin. Here's Gary Faulkner on the front 9, looking for 10 in a row. 12 strikes in a row equals a 300 game in our sport. A little in on that one. Holds pocket. Wow, he's got some room out there. Front 10 for Gary Faulkner. Do I hear 11 on Gary Faulkner? 11. Going once. Going twice. He's going to pure this one. And this is usually when, you know, he got away with the last one. This is the one that he pures, and for some reason he'll do like a wrap 7 or something. It's just kind of how bowling works. Oh, he got that one out. Oh, gets it. How about that? The wall mixer, and he's smiling about it. He was at least 4 boards different at the arrows on those first 2 shots in the 10th. But hey, he's playing the oil pattern. He's playing the pattern. You got to play the ball as it lies, right? So here we go. Gary hasn't missed the pocket all game. And now let's see, is he going to putt it up the ramp towards the right side, towards the left side, or right in the middle? And what shall it do? I don't think he's going to send this one quite as wide. But I would say we have a very high probability of seeing a 300 game right here. That's money. Woo! That's the best shot of the game right there. Gary Faulkner, 300. Very nicely done, sir. Very nicely done. Bada boom. That's going to help him out. You got to love it. You got to love that. Now let's dance our way over here. We got Jared Thompson. Bug Kroll's string came to an end. Nice bowling, Gary. What'd you use? Magic Gym. Gary used the Magic Gym. Ah, 4-6. Not a good spot for that at all. Nice string going into the 10th there. We have 40, 41 on this squad. 41, I was told. 41 bowlers. We had 21 this morning, so we're at 63. We'll get over 100. Remember the first year I ran the IB Open, I think we had 97 entries. $100 entries is good for a first year event. You bet. It's always nice when you have somebody roll by on a scooter and say, appreciate you coming out, appreciate all you do. Just rolls right on by. Love it. And I didn't make that up. That really just happened. So an open in the 9th, and now a possible open in the 10th. Let's see if we can cover this up right here. Slow hooking at it. There you go. There you go. That 4 could equal 14 on the scoreboard with 10 here on the fill ball. Game number 2 just wrapping up here. Some lanes are already into game number 3. That's good, man. How about you? Oh, yeah, we need to get the ball to finish. You need to get the ball to finish. Well, I saw you missed a head pin.
It hooks really early if you hit it.
I know. I know.
And I don't have any rev ring, so
You either got to throw it to it,
yeah.
or you just got to be nice to it up the back. Yeah.
I'm trying to feel that old Nationals, let's not hit it.
Oh, okay. All right. Brian Kirkendall trying to be nice to the ball. Got Boog Kroll here, can still bowl 259, the boogeyman. Yeah, I'll show you guys the pattern again. As a matter of fact, I could probably do that now. But you guys are gonna make me put it over on the other side of the screen. You're gonna make me do more work. Which is unbelievable that you guys are gonna do that to me. There's your pattern, 42 feet in length, 6-to-1 ratio, all the shapes on the outside part of the lane. Boog says, screw it, I'm gonna go play the 1-to-1 area. See the middle there? It's like 1-to-1, 1.41 to 1. Boog isn't really playing any of the shape. But if he misses right, it's like a race car track. Like it's like Bristol International Speedway. He throws it right, it's just gonna hook off the banking because there's no oil out there, or a lot less oil, should say. So Boog's playing the flattest part of the lane. That's why he's good. And he prefers to play in. He'd rather play in the 1-to-1 and go up him at 6-to-1, which is fine. But he does with his angle the way that he has it. It's like perfect. He probably has 4 boards missed to the right if he wants to. He'll still hook. That one's kept in. He's just puring them. Just puring them. Boog Kroll. I'm looking forward to him bowling in the PBA League. He's not on a team yet, but when that draft happens, I would imagine Boog Kroll is definitely going to make it onto a team. And I cannot wait for the folks at Bayside, if his team makes it there, to be going, Booger, Booger, Booger. It's just going to happen. And he's going to, and he'll, I hope he bowls anchor, and he strikes and jumps up in the air, and we got like a Norm Duke, Wes Malott situation on our hands. Little ball change for the boogeyman, doesn't matter. He's the man. He's the man. The man. All right, we're going to go to game 3, and we're going to make a sound effect. Game 3 underway. Let's do this. Game 3, well underway here. Tim Hardigan is back. Gary Faulkner is back. Gary has missed. So his 13 bagger or more will end. Could have had some to end the game before that I didn't notice. And I would imagine we're going to have most of the scores in. We are missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're missing 10 scores.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Zach. I told the folks you might be coming. Let's see right here. It is ZACH, right?
Yes, sir.
I always have to ask because I'm getting older. You should be. Can you hear out of both ears in that thing?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me now in the booth is Zach Wilkins. He is currently in 3rd position. The guy that's leading the tournament decided to re-enter, but this guy decided not to, and I think that's a smart play. I don't think you need to re-enter.
No, I completely agree. Just looking at how many entries there are this squad, and then thinking there's probably going to be 20 to 30 guys that bowl next squad. And with the cut ratio, I like what my score is right now, and yeah, there's no need to spend an extra $250 just to bowl.
Especially when you're going into a bracket-style tournament.
Yeah, if the pins were going to carry over into the bracket, or if the format wasn't that, then yeah, I might have had to have bowled. But no, I like where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I do too. I like where you're sitting too. As a matter of fact, we're going to show where you're sitting. You're sitting in the booth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I don't think I've ever been in the booth with Inside Bowling yet.
Probably not.
But,
I mean,
this is my first time.
have you bowled many events? I mean, you bowled some doubles events.
I think I've gotten to open a Christmas present once.
That's right.
And that was
That's right.
at the holiday doubles.
Yeah. We're both wearing black and white. I mean, we called each other ahead of time.
We did. How's the scoring pace looking this squad?
It's high, man. We're about to
Is
go
it?
over scores. Yeah, I was just waiting
Okay.
for a couple more to trickle in. They've got this tournament bowl software here. It's really nice. As the scores come in, I see them.
Yeah, Josh is doing a really good job at updating it very quickly.
Yeah, I need 4 more scores, just
Wow.
like Abraham Lincoln says, 4 scores. But, yeah, we'll have them here shortly. We'll go over that.
Oh, there's a 300 game too. Okay.
Yeah, Gary Faulkner. He hit
Alright.
3 different arrows in the 10th frame and got 3 strikes.
Hey, an X is an X, right?
Yep, the first one was tugged. The second one, he got way out to the gutter. And in the last one, he hit exactly what he was looking at for 10 back.
Dang, that's nonetheless 300 of the 300.
You want to see the coolest thing that's happened today, though?
I do actually.
Check this out.
All right. Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly how Jesse made that. Jesse, the second 3 or 7-10 on TV, kind of like hit the pin and it just kind of bounces towards it. That's I will say the pins are pretty active here. They
Yeah,
do
they
come
are.
out.
See if we get these scores now. And if we do, then we can take a look at them. Nope, not yet. Still waiting on Casey Murphy, Trey Martin, Brad Miller, Kendall Martin. Those prima donnas over there taking forever to bowl.
That's okay. We I will say this is definitely a much more loaded squad.
Oh, no doubt.
There a lot of talent in this squad. We got guy who won the PBA playoffs, Bug Kroll.
I know.
Bug Kroll's in the building. We got Brad Miller, Spencer Robarge.
Yeah, I was talking about Gary Faulkner winning the 2015 PBA World Championship over E.J. Tackett.
Yeah, he put on a heck of a performance in that step ladder.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, a lot of PBA national champions.
I completely agree. I think you can learn a lot off of this squad too, based off just what type of balls the good bowlers are throwing, and what kind of zone moves they're going to do too.
So there's questions coming in here for you. At least one that I know of. First of all, Ego wants to know, Mike, what type of headset do I use? I use an Audio Technica. It's what most people use in this industry. Shure also makes one. It's not bad. Ashley Burnett says, Zach, I am ready for the next round of Happy Dads.
Oh, okay. I just bowled a kind of a local tournament last weekend with them up in Topeka, Kansas, and I've stopped drinking beer. I'm now a seltzer guy. I like the way I feel in the mornings now. I'm not as groggy.
Bud Light seltzers and White Claw.
No, they're called Happy Dads.
Oh, they're called Happy
They're
Dads.
called Happy Dads.
Do they have alcohol in them?
They do, the 5%.
Happy Dads.
Yeah, they are the greatest seltzer on the planet, man.
Seriously?
I'm telling you, they're
Happy
awesome.
Dads.
Yeah, they also have a flavor raspberry, and it's called Happy Mom. But they come in a variety. There's a variety pack. There is grape. There is banana. There's fruit punch, raspberry, wild cherry, pineapple, lime, watermelon. There's a lot of good flavors, man.
Wow. Okay. Cool. I like that. That's great.
But yeah, I will say we the bowling center in Topeka was kind enough to stock up on Happy Dads just for me for that weekend.
I never heard of it. I can't believe it.
They're made from YouTubers called the Nelk Boys, who are originally from Canada. So that could be why you haven't heard of it yet.
I get it, eh?
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. My favorite poker player is from Canada.
Let me guess, Daniel.
Yeah.
Probably Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah.
How'd he do at the World Series of Poker this year?
So what's crazy is he won like the hardest event to win.
Okay.
The players championship, $50,000. You play all the different games, you know.
Okay.
And he finished down like $100K because he didn't cash in the big buy-ins, the big entries.
Wow.
He's doing all right though. I love his vlogs. I've always liked Daniel.
Yeah, he's a great. He's one of my favorites. I like just the intimidation factor he gives, and then even with Phil Ivey too.
Yeah. So we've got Andrew. Who do we have here?
Aaron Holloman.
Aaron Holloman. Yes, Aaron Holloman.
Is that the brother of Mikkel?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't even know he had a brother.
Yeah.
All right, and they're both lefty.
The Hollomans just rule Arkansas tournaments. Oh, look at that.
That's a fortunate break, especially to keep the string alive. What is he, front 8 now? Front 7? Very good.
Yep. Let's see what else we have in here. Can Zach talk a little about who drills his arsenal and what took him to Kansas City?
Yeah, so, God, what a great story this is going to be. So I sacrificed everything and left Canada back January 4th. I remember the day clearly. I wanted to bowl more. I wasn't bowling enough. I'd work throughout the summer, winter, fall, 9 to 5. Then I would come bowl the tour, have limited success, go back home, and just kind of repeat it. Wasn't able to practice. My bowling alley charged me way too much money per hour just to practice. So I was pretty good friends with the Nisley family who lives in Kansas City. Started talking to them a little bit more because I wanted to take bowling more seriously as a full-time job. And they said, hey, if you need to, we have a basement. No one's living down there. If you want to live in our basement while you, figure your stuff out with your visas, you're more than welcome to. So for the first year and a half, I sacrificed everything, moved to Kansas City, and started bowling full-time every day. And they were fortunate enough to give me a bed and a place to sleep. And now I call Kansas City home. And I think it's better for me because I get to bowl every day. I'm now doing lessons. It's central to a lot of bowling. Like I go 3 hours in any direction, and there's going to be a tournament.
Aaron Holloman's actually the cousin to Michael, by the way.
Okay.
We've been corrected in the chat, and I think I knew that, but it slipped my mind.
Okay,
so.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Can he roll it?
No, unfortunately.
That's all right. He still has a really good game going on right now.
He's got kind of a nice mullet thing going on, too.
I see a lot more people with mullets now. They're bringing it back.
Yeah, this gentleman here, and I need to look it up. I love what he's got going on with his pen action here. Like, he's kind of the guy I'm rooting for in the whole tournament. No offense, Zach. I want him to win the whole tournament.
That's okay. I like how it starts open, but now he's got an 8-bagger.
Well, and that's a key to being a pro. Actually, is what it is because. Let's see who's on there. Is that Rocky? I think it's Rocky.
Rocky Key. Well, he's got a great name to begin with.
Right, I know. Yo, Adrian. But yeah, so Rocky here, and chat. Let us know if we got the name wrong. But I believe it's Rocky Key. the key for Rocky is when you go to a new pair, as you know, Zach, you move to that new pair, you get one shot on each lane to figure it out.
Agreed.
And then your second shot, you got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Right? You don't always, but when you can figure out, and that's what he's done right here.
Oh, I completely. He probably tried to get lined up after he went, the 7 circle. He got 2, so he got a little bit of his count there.
And when he gets around it like that, watch it go through the pins. It corners. It corners and motors.
It goes right towards that 8-pin.
He's my new favorite bowler. I'm going to see if I can get him on the 50 tour.
All right. I think he's more. You can see he's not about the spare game. He's teammate bagger for sure.
Definitely. Yeah.
I support a man like that because I'm teammate bagger.
I know.
Spares are overrated.
I know.
Everyone.
Yep. I'm also in that camp because in St. Louis we're actually known for a score. Are you aware of the score? That's the St. Louis score because they're walled. They've been walled in St. Louis. So some of the highest scores in the country have always come out of St. Louis.
I will say, especially at a Concord. Concord, I think, is one of the easiest bowling centers in the world.
Back in the day, there was a place called Strike and Spare, and it was called Strike and Strike. Team Nationals, the national match games, collegiate tournament was there. Brian Mano averaged like ridiculous. Anyway. So the St. Louis score is 267 with a 9 miss in the middle.
Oh.
Basically, because you don't ever have to throw at spares in St. Louis.
Yeah,
so you got like front 7, 9 out, sheet, 267. That's a St. Louis 267.
That is, I can attest to that because I have probably one of the highest five games record in the world, and it was in St. Louis. I can attest to that.
Yep, that's it.
I will say there's definitely a lot more strikes this block by a lot of people.
So you're living in Missouri now. So was it January of this year you made the move?
No, January 4th of 2021, right after COVID.
That's when you made the commitment to come stateside.
Yeah, COVID really opened my mind to this change. A lot of places in Canada closed down. We were forced to stay home. So I wasn't able to bowl at all. It was very hard to get across the border because the border shut down as well. So I had to get a special exemption just to bowl some of the tour stuff. So I didn't bowl full time that year. But as you know, Mike, I've always wanted to do this for a living, and we talked about it earlier that now that I'm bowling, every day, I think a lot of people are starting to see the potential that I've always had. And it's nice. Just put it you of course have to put in the work, and knowing I get to bowl every day like a job, it's bittersweet, man.
We were talking about Rocky Key. It was actually David White who we were talking up. David White. So I appreciate the chat helping me out. I don't know everybody these days. I don't do this every weekend throughout the Midwest anymore like I used to back in the day. But thank you so much for the help on that. David White.
Well, I guess, was Rocky the one that shot 226?
Rocky's actually over here on 21 and 22.
Okay.
So, Dave, we'll get your name right if you put a name on the back of your shirt. Or just come up to the booth and say, hey, y'all, I'm David White. Don't you forget it.
Yeah, right.
That's all I need people to do to come up here, make it happen. Yeah, Zach, I've got to cover the PBA Tour the last couple of years on another network called Bowl TV. And this year we were really noticing how well you were bowling week to week, top 8 in points. And it's cool to see you pull out of the draft, do something completely different, come here, be away from home, different country. Not that it's a whole lot different, but the cool thing I think about this industry is every time I've mentioned your name to someone that we both mutually know, they always have good things to say about you. And I pay attention to that.
Yeah, maybe it's just the Canadian in me. I guess a lot of Canadians are nice, unless you're Francois Lavoie. He's more American now than anything.
Yeah, and he hangs out with Stu, so that makes a lot of sense.
I will say, it's funny because this year I crossed with Stu, I think every other week. It was insane.
And you still were able to get to 8th in points?
Yeah.
Just think if you just crossed with somebody better, you might have been top 5.
I know, right. Maybe if I crossed with Boog a little bit more, we could have fed off that good energy. What
a great guy he is, too. You guys were both kind of the breakout guys this year.
Yeah, and especially for Boog. A lot of people think Boog got lucky this year, but he truly earned every second of it. Coming out of the PTQs, then making his first show, and then winning the show. and then getting to the playoffs and then winning the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, I think people are starting to see Boog's true potential as well.
Yeah, it's funny. I was going through some old archives on Inside Bowling. Someone went out and watched a lot of the old stuff, and it was like 2012. Anthony Simonson was bowling the IB Open, and I'm on the air saying, this kid's special. He's going to be unbelievable one day. And I sound like a genius, right? and while I'm flipping pairs, there's Boog Kroll bowling. I don't say anything about him, right? But then like 6 months later, there's a live stream on this channel from 2012 at the True Amateur Tournament.
Okay.
And Boog is bowling the Roto Grip Challenge and needs a strike to win $10,000.
Dang.
And he's like 16 years old.
Holy cow.
And he throws it. And Timmy Mack's interviewing him, and we're calling him the Boogeyman. And and it's unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
And you just think back, just live streaming these events and seeing people mature and get better. And Boog is slimmed down, and he stays down and through every shot, and all that torque and everything is under control at point of release. And Stu Williams and I were doing a draft, PBA draft preview show this year. And at the end of it, we were like, let's talk about some of the leftover people. Who do we think could be an interesting pick for a PBA league team? And I said, I kind of like Boog Kroll. And Stu goes, I'm on the same page with you. And I'm like, I just want to see it happen because I think his energy would help feed a team. And I think the people at Bayside would fall in love with this guy.
100%.
And could you imagine them all yelling, Booger, Booger, Booger?
That's
right?
like the perfect place for that, too.
Oh, my God, And then to see him put it all together, and we saw a glimpse 2 years ago in Wichita. I know
almost a big four there.
House mouse almost got it.
Yeah.
So, in Wichita the year before, Boog threw, I think it was 31 in a row.
Yeah, and that's when like people started getting a really true glimpse. Like, oh, this man's gonna stay on tour for a while.
Yep. He's got a big strike ball.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, when he gets locked in, that man can strike forever. And we're seeing it in qualifying here. He had I believe he had the front 8 or front 7 the first game and still shot 260, and then he shoots 250 game 2, I believe. I'm not sure what he shot game 3, but
yeah, he's still doing it right here.
Yeah.
So Boog bowled 252, 259, and folks, we will get you a scoring update here as soon as this game 3 is complete. I kind of skipped over that. We were talking things over here. A lot of high scores though this set. I mean, there's not many games under 200 on the whole board.
No. That really, it's just going to be managing pair to pair. I found some pairs the fronts hooked a little bit more, but overall they were pretty consistent down lane.
So are you into sports at all? Like,
oh yeah,
you a sports guy?
Yeah, I run my own fantasy baseball league. I'm into football. Love golf.
So let's discuss a little sports action here. It is qualifying. We got Brad Miller up on the screen. We got Casey Murphy. We got Boog Kroll. We got a lot of great bowlers going on here. But let's talk a little of sports here. So across the leagues, do you have a team that you like, or do you just follow the sports?
No, my teams are all over the place. So in hockey, I'm a Devils fan.
Okay.
Because the best goalie all time.
Marty Brodeur.
Yeah,
I know.
He came from Canada.
He's my favorite hockey player of all time.
And that team.
Him and Brett Hull.
And that team growing up had Scott Niedermeyer, Scott Stevens, and he was known for big hip checks.
Stevens was stolen from the Blues, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, because the Blues kept signing all these guys, and then the National Hockey League awarded the New Jersey Devils Scott Stevens because we signed Brendan Shanahan.
Love it.
Yeah.
That was a good hit there for Boog.
Sure was. So you like the Devils?
Devils, baseball. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Okay.
A story behind that, my dad took me to my first ever baseball game. It was Toronto Blue Jays against the Red Sox. And the left fielder at the time, Frankie Castillo, from the Red Sox, he came over, autographed a baseball, and gave it to me. And, as a kid, all you want is one of those baseballs, like a foul ball or one of the pros to give it to you. And at that point, I was hooked. So Red Sox and baseball. Football is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You're a Bucs fan because of?
My older brother. He got me introduced to football, and during his time growing up, it was like the Warren Sapp era. And, I mean, he was just – you couldn't get by Warren Sapp. he was a big boy. But like that team, just growing up watching them, they were just very good, and I idolized my older brother growing up. So
Great. That's cool.
So I just wanted to kind of be like him, and he liked the Buccaneers, so I started liking the
Great.
Buccaneers.
Do you like basketball then? Do you have a basketball team?
That is kind of one sport I just haven't really got into.
Yep. Okay.
I just don't understand it as much. But if there is going to be a team, obviously the Raptors, because they're
Sure.
Canadian, and they're one of the few professional teams in Canada that can get the job done for a title, because the Leafs sure can't.
Got Brad Miller here bowling on the screen. He's staying down and through the shots quite well. I know he had a really good last event of the season. He really struggled for most of the year. I'm really proud to see Brad out here grinding, bowling some tournaments this summer. Last summer he didn't bowl much, and it really showed on tour. And to see his rededication and wanting to bowl some events, I was really happy to see Brad here this morning when I pulled up.
Oh, I completely agree. And I mean, it's translated into, hopefully his score holding up to win an eagle as well.
Yeah.
He's leading singles.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Brad, I think he's rededicated himself to practicing a little bit more. And, obviously their YouTube channel, Brad and Kyle,
Sure.
that took off so quickly.
Yep.
And they're doing a great job with that YouTube channel.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the YouTube's kind of becoming old news in our industry. It was kind of the hot thing, and now that everybody's just kind of done it and they're there, now people have moved on to talking about other things, but it's still a shit ton of work.
Oh, I'm learning the hard way. Like, I'm trying to be a little bit more active with social media, and I'm like, holy cow, there's a lot of information that I did not even know that you got to do.
Yeah.
And just like editing videos and
Yep.
now if you post a little bit more, you can create like a professional dashboard. So I'm learning more with that, and like subscribers.
Oh yeah.
And I think what's cool about the professional dashboard is like they give you like daily tasks.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
kind of like a game too.
Yeah, it
and I
is.
didn't even know that. So I
Check the boxes.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool that way, and it helps you get more followers too.
Kendall Martin, who is very involved in Enterprise Park Lanes, he has now got a 7-bagger bowling with Casey Murphy, who owns the pro shop inside of Enterprise Park Lanes in Springfield. We're going to be having a doubles event here coming up. I know you've bowled that a couple of times in Springfield. It'll be coming up here on Inside Bowling. We'll have it for you. It is August 9th through the 11th, Enterprise Park Lanes, Springfield doubles, Kevin Williams event.
Yeah, that is a great doubles event. It's one of the best doubles events in the nation every year. I highly recommend everyone putting that on the calendar, because it's lots of good bowlers. It's on a relatively easier shot, so it makes it a little bit fair for everyone. But to me, I like bowling doubles because I'm like a team guy. I'm kind of like Bug, where we're the hype man.
Yeah.
I like getting into it and passionate about every shot.
Boog and Brad are playing the lanes almost identical. I was explaining to our audience earlier as we look at the pattern really quick. I'm going to bring it up after this shot here by Chandler.
That was a great shot by him.
All the shape is on outside of about the 9th board. Most of the shape 9th, 10th board.
I agree.
But you guys, like you and Boog and Brad, you guys are just camped out in the 1-to-1 area. But it gives you that miss to the right if you want to use it. But you guys don't use it because you're so good. Watch Boog. He'll never get it right. He's just going to keep it right up the middle of the lane. He's going to split the 8-9. He's literally playing the 1-to-1. Oh, he got that one wider. Okay.
That one's a little bit wider. So I think they're starting to get a little bit more cliff. Now we're almost halfway through a block, so a lot of the track area now might be a little bit more burnt up. But overall, 100% correct. Yeah, Bug's kind of using that tube to his advantage. Same with Brad. And I mean, that just makes that's why they're pros. They don't need to use as much of the friction, and if they see a little bit more volume in front of the head pin, they're just going to use that.
Kendall's got it going on right there.
Oh, I agree.
Good guy. That dude's a good guy. Does a lot of work in the Springfield area to make sure bowlers are taken care of.
Oh, most definitely. Oh, we got a good tap there on the 9-pin. Gets him into the 230s now.
So not really into basketball yet. I'll tell you, I wasn't either, Zach. I mean, I would watch the NBA Finals, and I watched some college basketball during March Madness and stuff like that.
Okay.
But when I moved to Utah, I went to a Jazz game.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was okay. Like, it was just okay.
Okay.
But it for me, it takes a player to get me really interested in the sport. And
Who's your player?
So I'll tell you that in just a second.
All right.
So I think the best example of this is Tiger Woods in golf, right? So many people could not give two shits about golf. And then when Tiger started doing his thing, it became what you did on Sunday. So you watch Tiger in red on Sundays win, right?
Okay.
And we kind of got the same thing kind of going on in the NFL right now for women. This whole Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing has brought people into the NFL, right?
Oh, Kansas City's been growing just because of that. That's crazy.
And then you follow the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because of your brother.
Yeah.
Okay. And you follow the Boston Red Sox because of your father, right?
Well, yeah.
He took you to the game.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And the left fielder, right?
Yep.
You fell in love with the left fielder. Okay. So for me, for basketball wasn't my thing.
Okay.
I liked it. I respected it. It's fine. But when I went to the Jazz and they had this guy by the name of Gordon Hayward that played for the Jazz, okay?
Okay.
And he was kind of like the man. He was the man. And they offered him a max contract, and he said no thanks, and he went to Boston to play for his college coach.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So there were little kids on television on the news crying about Gordon Hayward like leaving and stuff. Okay?
Oh, wow.
Okay, it was like a whole ordeal.
Oh, he was a man of the people then.
So the Jazz ended up getting this kid by the name of Donovan Mitchell. Okay, this kid by the name of Donovan Mitchell from Louisville. Right, he was like a 9th overall pick, I think. And he came in, and I started watching a couple of the Jazz games and hearing about this kid, and he was electric. Like, he was really. And he was like getting into it and stuff. And I went to another game and I watched him play, and I'm like, man, this kid's awesome. Then I saw a thing where he was at the mall, and he gave the beats off of his head to kids.
Oh, wow.
And he started showing up at high school football games, high school basketball games in Utah community.
So this is just an overall good human being.
Good human being. His mother would come to the games and would come out on the court and hug him. On Mother's Day, he brought her flowers on the court, the whole thing. And the whole team was playing good around this guy, right? And he was a point guard, everything. So, like, I started, like, following this Donovan Mitchell because I liked him, right? That's what hooked me. That's what got me in. Then I started understanding basketball a little bit better, getting into it. And this Donovan Mitchell is the guy that got me into it with the Jazz. And I'm a Jazz season ticket holder, even though I still live in Missouri now.
Oh, wow.
But I'm still a Jazz season ticket holder, and I go out and see a game here or there.
Man, that's awesome.
So I'm a Jazz guy, you know.
That's awesome. It's obviously he's still there.
No.
He got what? Did he get traded?
Well, the problem is the team got a new owner.
Okay.
And this guy's a multi-billionaire, rubs elbows with Mark Cuban and all these guys.
Yeah.
And he had to get rid of everybody so that if they ever win, it's all on him and his regime, which pisses me off to no end. But we're not going to get into that, okay? Because Donovan Mitchell was perfect for that community.
So where does he play now?
He got traded to Cleveland for about 9 first-round draft picks and everything else.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So but I'm still a Mitchell guy.
Okay,
I
was going to say you're probably more of a Mitchell guy than you are maybe a Jazz fan.
Well, I'm into the Jazz.
Okay.
Like, they've never won a championship. So it's kind of like, you know, when people become Cubs fans before they won their championship, it's just kind of like you're just never going to win.
Yeah.
I am kind of I want to see the Jazz win. And since I lived there for 10 years, I am a Jazz fan. And St. Louis doesn't have a team, so.
No, did St. Louis ever have a basketball
team? They did.
Team?
The Hawks back in the day.
Okay,
way back in the day, before I was born.
They had a lot of good sports. Like they had football at one point.
Yeah, the Rams and the Cardinals before that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, the Rams situation was really bad.
Okay.
Really bad.
See, I'm starting to learn more and more about the state of Missouri.
Yeah, so let me tell you what happened there. As we had Kendall Martin Bowl 259, right?
259 with a stone 9 as first shot in the 10th too.
Got the 50-50 going on. We got a lot going on here. We're talking over with Zach Wilkins here. We're talking sports. We're talking bowling. Talking everything here.
Yeah, throw some questions in that chat if you guys got any.
Yep, we'll get after it. So let me just tell you real quick about the Rams.
Okay.
So everything was going good with the Rams.
Yep.
They came here from L.A. because they couldn't support the team out there.
Yeah.
This woman by the name of Georgia Frontier brought the team here. What's up, Bug? How you doing?
Hey, Bug.
You all right?
Yeah, trying Julius.
Are they starting to hook now more to the right?
They are kind of starting to hook.
All right.
So just, hey, it's 3-1 left. 3 with your feet. 3. Oh, you're in. Oh, tuck the pinky.
Yeah, he's all about the tuck
Okay,
pinky.
okay.
And I bet you I know what ball he's going to get into next here soon.
Yeah, where's he going now?
I think he goes to maybe 17, 18, 19, 20, but I bet you he gets into a GB4 hybrid.
GB4 hybrid.
That's been one of his go-to balls this year.
Okay. So this Georgia Frontier brings the team in, right? And her family's all hooked up with Walmart, right? The Waltons and everything,
Okay.
right? So her son-in-law, Stan Kroenke, she dies and takes over the team. And he's got a ton of money. And he's money hungry.
Yeah, of course.
And so what happens is they kind of tank the team. And they bring in Jeff Fisher, who moved the Houston Oilers to Tennessee. He was there during that whole change. And they brought in Jeff Fisher to kind of facilitate this thing. And they lied to the city of St. Louis that they weren't going to be moving the team. They blamed it on having a bad arena. So then the city of St. Louis bucked up and said, hey, we're gonna build you a stadium. Then the owners voted to move the team to L.A. And Stan Kroenke had already bought land and everything and moved the team. And then the city of St. Louis sued Stan Kroenke and won, I think, $800 million in the lawsuit.
What a shit show that is.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
And this guy is such pond scum horse shit. Let me tell you something else he did. They owned this piece of property where trailer parks were for like low cost living people, just this whole area. And he told them all, you have 2 months to get out of here because I'm going to build all this stuff. He bought the land and kicked. I mean, it was like 20,000 people.
Jeez, and I mean, those people. I mean, 2 months. That's still not a lot of time to find something.
And you can find all this information online. But he is an absolute piece of.
Yeah, that's a POS if I've ever.
Yeah, he's just money hungry and doesn't give a shit about people. And then they win the freaking Super Bowl a couple years later. I was happy for the players, but I'm not happy at all for him.
No.
Then he owns the Colorado Avalanche also, and then they win the Stanley Cup.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, that dude's got some bad karma coming his way.
I was gonna say I'm a firm believer of the energy you put into the universe definitely bites you in the ass in the long run.
Yeah, something's gonna happen.
And if he's doing that stuff, he's it might take years for it to happen, but it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm very passionate about this one because,
Don't they still have the stadium in St.
Oh,
Louis?
yeah,
Is the stadium still up?
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah.
They have concerts there. They have big college football games. Missouri plays a game here or there. Mizzou's going to be good in college football this year, by the way.
That's one thing I have never gotten into is college football, but it almost might be bigger than the NFL down there.
It's massive.
It's insane because really the only football we have is CFL, and CFL is just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, the football's bigger, the field's wider, you get a point if you miss a field goal because as a Canadian we feel sorry for you.
Yeah, right.
So here's a point for you for missing the field goal.
We got Spencer Robarge comes into scene here with Michael Holloman, Donnie Wilson, Eric Jones.
There's going to be a good pair. All lefties, too.
Yep.
Josh just decided to put all lefties on one pair.
Next door, we got Danny Schubert, I believe, Clay Hardgrove, Justin Wynn, and Corey Umbrella. So let's look at scores real quick. Let's take a gander because they're ready to rock and roll here. Michael Holloman, no surprise.
Yeah.
So we got Gary Faulkner opening up with 775 to start things off. Then Eric Jones, 755, along with Boog, 755 as well.
Yeah, scores are definitely higher this block.
Holloman, 745. David White, my man, my guy, who I thought was Rocky, but that's okay. 717.
Love it.
Trey Martin was 716. 714 for Chris Seligman. Corey Umbrella, 703. And Brad Miller, 701 to start. So we had quite a few 700 series there.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see many games below 200 right now on that sheet.
No, not on that one there. We will scroll down and show everybody the rest of the competitors here. We'll go down to page 2, so to speak. There we go, right there. So we've got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players not plus out of the 41. So 31 or plus.
Yeah, that's a lot more than this morning's block, I think.
Are you getting worried at all about having to re-enter the event?
Not really. I mean, I was gonna ask you because you always seem to know what the cut's hovering or what it's going to be. So, what is your prediction on what the cut's going to be?
Before the squad, I thought about a 217 average.
Okay, I I could see that.
But,
Especially there's been 62 entries so far, so we cut to 1 and 4. If 20 more bowlers bowl next squad, then they'll take 20. What do you think 20th place is right about now?
well, 20th right now. It's kind of hard to say with the way this shakes out here. We had, let's take this 1747 number.
I think that's definitely the number we got to monitor a little bit more.
Yeah, 150 over roughly. So,
Yeah, with a 6-to-1 pattern too, I think 150 over is pretty respectable.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Let's see here in the chat. I heard Zach loves soccer.
Oh, so my mental coach, he has season tickets to Sporting KC.
Okay.
And I have never seen soccer live ever.
I haven't done it yet.
I always thought it was one of the most boring sports to watch.
Yeah.
It might be on TV, but going to a game, it changed my whole outlook of how I view soccer. The fans they might be the most passionate fans in sports. It's amazing. And like, if you go sit in the cauldron area, they have like chants going on all game, and you're just singing and drinking and just having a grand old time. I loved it. Loved every second of it.
That's awesome. And hey, Mary, I apologize for the couple of curse words that I said explaining something that I feel very strongly about. On this network, every once in a while, you may hear a curse word on my mouth.
Yeah, well, we'll tone it down a little bit. Sorry, as a Canadian, sorry about that.
Yeah, sports are fun, just like bowling.
Yeah, we got Mikkel. I think he's in a purple hammer, so not shocked by any means.
Or the purple shirt to kind of match.
I think Robarge is probably using speed and probably shape and reactive just like Eric Jones. That's a kid who has a bright future, Eric.
Yeah.
He's only 18. Can you believe
that?
that?
Yeah, it's unreal.
Holy cow. Man. He's going to go places, I think. He's going to win multiple times on the tour.
So some folks in the chat here are talking about NASCAR. You should go to a NASCAR
Okay,
race.
I believe, I think it's at the end of September or sometime in September, I'm going to my first NASCAR event at the Kansas Speedway.
Yeah, so Kansas is okay.
Okay.
All right, just to give you a heads up. I haven't been to a ton of NASCAR races, but I believe it's a 1.5 mile track.
Mm-hmm.
And the 1.5 miles and the super speedways, in my opinion, are a little boring.
Okay.
Just slightly boring.
What makes it more boring?
It's hard to pass at Kansas. Now, somebody's going to come on here and say, oh, but there was the pass that went up against the wall, and, the video game pass, I believe, was at Kansas. But the reason why he had to do that is because it's almost impossible to pass. Have you seen that?
I honestly can't say I've ever watched NASCAR. It's been on my bucket list to go see it live just because I want to cross kind of every sporting event, just watching-wise.
That might have been Martinsville where it happened, actually. That wasn't at Kansas.
I think I want to experience just how loud it gets.
That part's cool.
Yeah.
That part's cool.
Like, I'm sure when they say, like, start your engines, like, you can probably feel it rumble.
Yeah, when they come flying by wherever you are as a pack of cars, I mean, it's unbelievable. I've got it up here in the booth for you to see, Zach, but this is this guy Ross Chastain is trying to get into the chase.
Okay.
Okay, he's got to finish in a certain position here to be able to get into this next part of the playoffs. Okay. And he's in this number 1 car right here, and it's really tough to pass at Martinsville.
The road looks a lot more narrow.
Yeah, a lot of tracks
places
are tough to pass at. Okay, so here it is. Look, notice he's one position back of where he needs to be to make it into the playoff cut.
Oh, and then he gets up there.
Then he kind of gets up there, but then this guy Chase Elliott, he's battling with them, and Denny Hamlin's here. So if Denny Hamlin passes cars, then he gets in, and it's a whole thing here. And there's 3 laps to go in this race, right? And it's a very short track. It's a half-mile track, I believe.
Oh, that's super short.
Okay, and those are the most fun to go to, by the way.
Okay.
Because they kind of beat and bang on each other, and it doesn't mess them up too much. So he's just going around the track here, and he doesn't know what he's going to do. It's the final lap.
Yeah, you got to figure something out.
And he has to get around this guy. Notice he's -2 to Hamlin. So there's Hamlin.
Yeah, he's number 11.
Yep. And watch what Ross Chastain does. He just floors it and
On the
goes
wall.
around the wall and passes Denny Hamlin and gets into the playoffs.
Wow. Just hugging the wall, too. Holy smoke.
That is now banned by NASCAR. You can no longer do that. You can't
Really?
do that. You can't do it anymore. Yeah.
See, when
Nobody had ever done that.
See, that tells me he was creative, thought outside of the box, and
Yeah.
and sometimes that gets you in trouble, I guess.
Yeah. But if you ever have the opportunity, I haven't done it myself, but the best NASCAR race to go to, from what I hear, is the Bristol Night Race.
Okay, is
Bristol,
that in Tennessee?
yeah.
Okay.
They have a night race where it's a short track, it's highly banked, and there's almost always fights between the drivers outside of the vehicles
Shocking.
because they just move each other out of the way and everything else.
So with NASCAR, obviously, like, in hockey or baseball or football, like, you want to be closer to the action. In NASCAR, do you want to sit higher to see more of the track, or do you want to be, like, right lower so you can feel?
Yeah, I think you're good wherever you want to be, really. But what's difficult in NASCAR, if it's Daytona or something, they're back on the backstretch. You can't even see what they're doing back there,
Really?
right? Because it's
That's how big it
2-mile
is?
track, right,
Wow.
at Daytona,
Okay.
right? The 1.5-mile tracks you can see better, but that's why the short tracks you can see everything
Dang.
wherever you are, right?
Dang. All right.
So anyway, there's your NASCAR.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've never been. I'm going to get to cross it off my list.
You'll like Kansas. It'll be fun. Like you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I've been. They have a casino there, so obviously I frequent that a little bit.
Okay.
But which bowler isn't a degenerate, right?
Yep. Let's see here. Scott in the chat says, go to short tracks, Bristol, Martinsville. Kansas is a fun track. You'll like the atmosphere. You would like Bristol. It's a cookie-cutter racetrack. The video game passed by Ross was at Martinsville. Thank you. Bristol is named Thunder Valley for a reason.
I think the one sport that I really want to watch, believe it or not, is cricket.
Cricket, there you go.
So I have a bunch of friends that do live back in India, and I think they just won the world championships for cricket. And their parade, he sent me a photo because he was at it. I bet you there was, 10, 20 million people lined up in the streets. It was the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. And then just one bus full of the players. They're all chanting and cheering. It's like a scene right out of like one of their holidays, Diwali. Like it was nuts. And they're very passionate fans too.
Move over to these pairs here. Give them a little bit of love here. We've got a little string of strikes going here.
Yeah, we got the house mouse here texting away.
Yep. Probably texting Kyle Troop asking for advice.
How do I strike more on the
His
China?
good friend.
That is not the result he was looking for. Kyle must have gave him some bad information.
Yeah. Jared definitely likes friction.
I agree. I think what's more impressive is he's always bowling in like Jordans or street shoes.
Yep, that's true too. They are specific for bowling though. He doesn't wear them like outside then bring them in.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
he
did not
keeps them
know
in his
that.
bowling bag just for bowling.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a man who bowled very well yesterday, Chandler. He threw the ball exceptionally well yesterday in the sweeper.
Gabriel has a question. What's it like bowling with Farrell Williams, and do you have a partner for the Lucy?
Bowling with Faro is honestly a blast. I consider him to be a big brother now. I first met him at the Nesbits back. I was a punk young kid starting to bowl more tournaments in America to get my feet wet. And that's kind of where I met Pharaoh. I made match play there, and he was my first opponent, and I had no idea who he was. Ended up beating him, and everyone's like, who the heck is this kid, and how did he beat Pharaoh? So that's kind of how our relationship started. I'm now on his apparel company staff now with Royal Flush Apparel. They've treated me very well this past year. And then for the Lucy, I am bowling with Amber McLeod. And if you're unfamiliar with who she is, that is Nick Pate's girlfriend.
Okay.
So and this will be my first time bowling the Lucy. I've never gotten the opportunity to bowl the Lucy. So I'm super excited for it. I hear Donna puts on a heck of an event.
Yeah, it's a good one. Kirkendall, is that who bowled 235? I think so.
Yeah, we're still seeing some great scores.
Looks like Boog is struggling a little bit here on this pair.
Which letter is Bug?
Oh, my bad. Nope, that's not. He's doing just fine. 9 spare, triple 9 spare.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was on the other lane. So he is not into your game breaker yet.
No, well, see, that's probably why he's gone spare triple 9, and I was only pacing 220 sometimes. So got the light mixer there. That's a good. I think that's a good hit in this building. The pins are pretty active. So I think tomorrow I'm gonna try to line up to play him a little bit lighter of a hit and just kind of let the pins dance. I think that's gonna be my game plan tomorrow. That one definitely wasn't Bug's best effort, but he's been a very good spare shooter this year, so I expect him to pick this spare up, no problem. And then throw an 8-bagger.
Probably.
Yeah.
If he chops the 6 off the 10 here, it's your fault. Just letting you know.
Yeah, so hey, it's the announcer's curse, right? Uh-oh.
Oh man! Oh, I thought there for a minute.
That had the trajectory of chopping the 6 off the 10.
Let's check in on the lefty galore group here.
Lots of loft out of McCall, 10 back.
Yeah, and he's not bowling tour anymore. Holloman.
No, he still would be relevant. I think if he did, he'd still be pretty good out there.
Yeah, Ballard drafted him for a PBA league team.
Did he? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Was that right after, was that when he made the Masters show?
Yes, Bold Buttriff. Yeah, Bold Buttriff.
Yeah, I really like what the PBA's done with the PBA League stuff. It's honestly, I think, one of the coolest things ever. I think it gets a little bit more fan engagement, more passion out of the players. All right, we're almost halfway through this block.
Yeah, I just looked at the clock. and it's a half an hour game.
That's not bad.
No, that's good. Good pace.
Yeah, I think we finished our 8 games this morning in
3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yes, it was pretty quick.
Yeah, you come to these events. Oh, nice little blower 5 there for Michael. You come to these events for like somebody like myself, and you look at the schedule, right? Mm-hmm. And you go, okay, 3 squats, 8 games. Holy Toledo! That's a long day.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's a long day. And then I ask myself from a streaming perspective, do I like that there's a 2-hour break between? Or would I prefer a 1-hour break? right? Because a 2-hour break actually gives you time to leave the center, get something to eat, don't feel rushed, eat at the center, do whatever I'm going to go do,
Yeah.
and then get back and be able to hit the reset button. Or would I rather get done 2 hours sooner at the end of the night?
Yeah, you get a little bit more sleep, too.
Yeah, and on this particular case, I think I like it like this. I'm digging this pace because I'm going to be able to get out of here, and the audience is going to get a fresher mic for the evening at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I completely agree. You get to rest your voice a little bit more.
Yeah.
Hopefully you won't get to see me bowl tonight because I'd rather just not.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to need to. I think you're good.
I always see a little bit more loft at a row barge now.
Yeah.
That tells me I think the fronts are going a little bit more now each game.
There's a lot of lefty traffic out there. I mean, there's a lot of left-handers in this field.
Speaking of left-handers, did you happen to see what Sam Cooley shot? I think it was today. I saw a post about an hour ago.
No.
He shot 15.23 in a European event in a block, 2-finger backup.
Really?
Yeah, that's incredible. It's makes me. I guess I got to try to learn how to throw it backup. Maybe. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
Ah, jeez. I mean,
I know. I just opened up a whole can of worms.
I mean, my thoughts on it are, in our sport where you have oil and topography that affects how you're going to bowl that week,
Yeah.
right? I mean, so back in the day, let's just roll back the clock.
All right.
Let's roll back to wood lanes with Guardian.
Oof.
Okay, wood lanes with Guardian. There's so much more traffic on the right side of the lane per year that the front part of the lane, like the Guardian, would start to chip up.
Okay.
And your ball wouldn't roll the same way twice through the heads as a right-hander on certain pairs. Then you look at the left side of the lane, and it's a nice, clean surface.
Clean, yeah, fresh.
So in that particular case, I could get on board with saying, hey, look, in this center, the lefties are going to thrive.
Yeah.
So I think that, if you want to have a backup, like a C or D game where you throw a backup ball, I think there's merit to it. In today's modern game, unless you are bowling on something that's just the right side carry down is so ridiculous you can't get your ball to hook off the end of the pattern, and the left side still has like some sort of fresh reaction because of traffic, then maybe it's okay. But overall, I think with as many strip and re-oils that happen in events, I think it's kind of unnecessary.
I'm right there with you, man. I've never understood the whole backup game, but I've seen a lot of videos lately from the Europeans, and almost every one of them do it. And they strike just as much on that side as they do regularly.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. If I'm a right-handed player and I'm bowling a high-end event, and 12 out of the top 14 are left-handed, and I got to re-enter the tournament, and I've got a tool in my bag,
yeah, you might
do it.
You might have to.
I might do it.
I agree. If they're 12 out of 14, the numbers don't lie.
But do you plan and invest time and energy into those super rare circumstances?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I've never really practiced it, to be honest. I think the first time I ever did, I will say I did do it this year during a match play event, just because I had absolute air on the right side. But I also had absolute air when I threw it back up too, so it didn't really matter.
I mean, I think of crazy things like this, right? If bowling had stupid money in the sport, which we don't, but imagine if some sponsor could come on and say, hey, look, we're going to put up $400,000 for an event, added money, and the name of the company is Backwards Beer. I'm just making this up.
All right.
And in order to bowl for our money, you have to curve your ball backwards compared to what you normally do. And everybody in the field has to curve it backwards with a backwards beer open, and there's 400,000 added.
I'd love it.
That would be fun.
That would be super fun.
Right? Simonson would win.
Oh, God, that man's so good at doing
Right,
that.
right. He would win.
He, to me, is probably the most versatile bowler on this planet. And he's two-handed, which makes it even more scary.
But it would take something like that for me to then say, hey, you know what? You might want to invest some time throughout the year to work on your backup ball because you got the backwards beer open every year, and it pays so much money that you gotta work on that craft.
Oh, for sure.
But otherwise, I don't think you really need to.
Speaking of the left, though, great bailout by Eric there. Only having 76 in the fifth and then turning that into a 215. That's what makes him so good. He struggled a little bit early, but he was able to get into the right ball, right zone later in the block or later in that game and be able to string a couple of strikes to bail that game out.
Yeah, and they will re-oil for the next set. Mary, they will do that. Fresh oil for every squad. No squad left behind.
Yeah, I think we'll. They're doing a pretty good pace. We'll be able to start on time for C squad.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, Josh and his staff do a great job. They got the scores out super fast, all the side action. Basically, once the last ball was thrown, like very good. We don't see as many high scores now, but
Boog hasn't struck in like 5 frames.
yeah, this is weird. I might have jinxed him. I said
I
8
think
bagger,
you
and then
did.
I didn't mean 8 spares. Oh,
See, okay, so just sitting here, just a dude that calls bowling. I'm watching his ball reaction, and I'm seeing him chase it in.
yeah.
And I think whatever ball he's in right now, it's got too much motor in the mid lane. It's not giving him any length.
I agree. It looks like, not entirely sure. Going down, it looked like an extreme envy, so that's like a,
That hooks a ton.
yeah, that's a pretty big bowling ball.
I would put him in an NV Tour right now, personally.
Yeah, something like lower diff, yeah, not nearly as big.
I'd put him
Look
in.
out.
Oh my goodness.
That's very uncharacteristic of Boog there.
I would put him in an NV Tour, and I would cross maybe like 18 to 10, and let him use his Boog ball speed.
Oh, 100%. It seemed like I kind of felt like I trapped myself a little bit in the first squad. It looked like the further left you went, you felt the flatness of the middle part of the lane more. So made being shot execution a little bit higher.
What staff are you on now?
I'm now with Hammer. And
Okay. You know what's a sneaky good ball?
Which one's
That
that?
Scorpion Strike.
Oh, couldn't agree more. I don't think it's as quick as people think, and that's what I love about it. Is like it's a symmetrical pearl that's not like hockey stick down lane.
There's nobody bowling right now.
It's just
I'm
one
gonna
of
bring
those.
it in here.
It's just one of those balls that I've started to like more and more. And all 7 brands, like I think changing was like the biggest attribute to my bowling career. Not like I'm not dogging, Motive, because they're the ones who helped get my career going. But now just throwing these bowling balls, there's this big difference in like shape that I see, how I see the lane. I don't have to use like trick layouts anymore because I got hundreds of balls that will provide me the shape now. It's just overall they're probably they're the best company out there. They give you any option you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's raised the bar, right? I think everybody was chasing Storm there for a while. I mean,
the Belmo effect.
Yeah, just their bowling balls tend to change the most direction down lane, create the most angle, it seemed like. And then all the companies had to raise the bar. And with rev rate becoming such a thing, you've got a little bit of a different way that you roll the ball. But EJ, what he's done with the Motive equipment, and AJ Johnson's game has excelled since he went to Motive.
Yeah.
It's kind of like your ball roll and the way that you bowl, depending on with what company, can really help you out. And I think your move to the B7, that's what I call them.
Okay.
I think that's really helped with your ball roll and given you some different shapes in that. And also sometimes when you get hooked up with a rep or you just kind of get that fresh new start, I think that's
a very good perspective
well
to have. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the coffin there. Just certain ball roll and matches up to certain companies a lot better.
Yeah, because, I mean, I don't know if EJ would be having the same success with a Storm ball or a Brunswick ball in his hand. Like, I mean, he's still an incredible bowler.
Oh, 100%.
But him and Brett, the way that Venom Shock and the way they have these different layouts and different
the dynamic they have.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like Mahomes and Kelsey. Like it's just there.
It
That's
is.
the duo.
It is. It just works, right? But if you take that to New England or something, it may not work. So it's just, I got so much respect for all these ball companies. I've worked for so many of them, and I've seen all the R&D and how they do things.
Yeah.
But I do think that both you and Marshall have really found a lot of success with making the move.
I will say it took me a while to understand every piece because I was not used to having that many options. So like the first month to 2 months that I had these bowling balls, like it was hard. Like I had to write stuff. Like I was never one to write things down, bowling ball wise. And now that I had more options, I had to do a little bit more homework, write down each ball, the layouts, and if they overlapped with other companies. But yeah, I'm finding that they make a lot of really good bowling balls for a lot of different people.
I review all the Motive balls and all the B7 balls on this channel. Actually, they send them to me and I throw them and put out.
I saw that. I think it was the Hazmat Solid video you posted.
Yeah. So I don't bowl a lot these days, but I give my honest feedback on what I think. So I'm kind of in tune with those products.
Good.
Speaking of which, Brunswick is a sponsor of this event. We want to thank Brunswick Bowling for their commitment to this one, along with Bowl 101, Pro Shops, Bowlifi, and the Splash Car Wash, supporting this 2024 Spa City Open. And we're talking it over with Zach Wilkins here in the booth. He bowled earlier today. He's got a score posted that we believe is going to be totally fine. Get him into the cashers round tomorrow morning, which is at 8 a.m. We're in B squad qualifying. We're halfway through. We're in game number 5. I certainly do appreciate Zach coming by. You can stay as long as you want, by the way, or you can leave whenever you like. But I know that people have really enjoyed having you around, that's for sure.
You just stood a pin back up on 16. I didn't know if
Oh, yeah, I was.
Stood a pin back up on 16.
if you want to know your bowling seat, I can sign you up now.
If my score, it won't, it'll.
You don't have to pay anything, but I just put your name down. I told him I'd ask you for you.
Yeah, I'm not. It depends what the scoring pace is at.
I just told him to put me down.
Oh, okay. He can put me. I think I'm already down. Yeah. Okay.
Somebody ask you. So.
Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah, we just had Robarge come over and say on lane 16 a pin stand back up. So we are going through the archive already to try to find that for you guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, but I think it just cut off. But the beauty of it here on YouTube, to anybody that's watching, evidently that's our entire audience, but what you can do is you can rewind on YouTube yourself.
Oh, that's a beautiful feature.
Yeah. So let me see. Pin stand back up. Yep, there it is. So it's at the, if you just rewind it back. It's off camera over on the right. Yeah.
Oh, that.
Trying to figure out.
That, dang, that was rough. It almost looks like it could have been
The 3-pin?
Yeah, maybe the 3-pin coming off the side wall.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, that's a very unfortunate break.
Yeah, so I recommend you go back and watch that, everybody. You just back it up on YouTube. Okay. That is one thing I love about this platform, is all the DVR capabilities.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring up something kind of interesting that I don't know if you've ever thought about or whatever. These bowling ball companies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So every time they make a bowling ball, there's a mold that has to be poured.
Yes.
It has to be put in a certain spot. Then they have to pour the surrounding material, right? There's outer cores also and all this different stuff, cover stocks, everything. And you know, they're making a lot of bowling balls, right? And every once in a while, you'll talk to somebody and you'll say, "Hey, I love my blankety blank ball."
Yeah.
And they go, "Oh, I had one and I hated it." Okay?
Yeah, we'd be rich if we that like I know so many people that have said that.
Okay. So I am in the camp, and I believe that sometimes when you get a bowling ball, the core could be shifted a little bit off,
Okay.
right? Which could affect the way that it rolls. Or perhaps your ball may not be as round.
I never thought of
Okay,
it like that.
it's possible.
It's strong, yes.
Okay, your cover stock pour could have had a little more of this chemical compared to this chemical, right? I mean, it's all variables
Yeah.
when you make bowling balls, right? I mean, they do a great job of keeping them consistent.
Oh,
but,
I agree.
But there's the possibility that you could possibly get one that's slightly off. The core could be in there at just a I don't even know how much, like a 30-second.
I will say, so like the color of the bowling ball, I find with a big difference for me.
The lighter the pigmentation, the more it hooks, right?
Yeah, so with the Venom shocks, I found out throughout my entire time with Motive that the more blue they were, the better they rolled. If they had a little bit too much white in them, they kind of like locked up and went forward.
Okay.
So just, similar situation, just, yeah, maybe it was a little bit more chemical, more blue, like more dye with that pour than the other one.
I find that white Brunswick bowling balls tend to hook more.
Okay.
Like Tommy and Bill and Dino kept that Black Widow Ghost in their repertoire forever.
So that's funny you say that, because they love that ball, and I hated that ball.
Some people don't like the gas mask core in general.
Yeah, I couldn't get that ball to hook.
Dave Watka never did like the gas mask core.
Okay.
For instance.
Is that that's the Widow core?
Widow core.
That's just what it's known for?
That's the gas mask
Okay.
core. Yeah, you either love it or you hate it, right? And that's okay, because there's so many other options.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at here is I have never had an in-depth conversation with Rudy Kazimekis. Rudy Revs. You familiar with
No.
Rudy? Rudy
No.
was a mega buck bowler.
Okay.
He just turned 60. He gave up competitive bowling all through his 50s and decided to turn the lights back on like Billy Joel did for his song. And he decided to bowl the PBA 50 Tour this year as a rookie at 60.
Wow.
So I got to talk to Rudy last month. And I didn't ask him really much. I just introduced myself and said, hey, your ball progression in this block, just to make sure I got it right, it's black hammer and then max bias.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, which doesn't hook. I mean, it overhooks, so it just burns up.
Yeah, that thing's super strong.
Right, but it just burns up on short oil. Then they were bowling on short oil. And he said, yeah. And he goes, hey, I want to show you something. And he goes, back in the day, I had an X-ray machine. And I used to bring in cases of bowling balls and X-ray them to see how the cores were sitting in the balls.
Really?
And he said I would make sure that I had a core that was straight up and down. And not every ball had a core that was straight up and down.
Wow.
Okay. And he goes, I like these axis drill balls. And he showed me this max bias where he's got the pin almost on his axis. And he was telling me how it just kind of kills the whole ball. And it's the perfect ball to go through after urethane. Rudy Kazimekis, right?
That's some next level thing.
And he was talking about how he used to X-ray the bowling balls. And I just found that so interesting.
An X-ray. Like, I mean, you go through an airport, they X-ray, and they always question, hey, what's this inside the bowling ball? But I never really thought of getting your own X-ray machine just to see.
And Marshall Kent used to order, I think, a case of high roads at a time, because the high roads, because of the way that they were made, there were some inconsistencies with them, and it was his favorite bowling ball. But he said 1 out of about every 3 didn't roll right for him. So it's just, when you think about bowling balls, it's
that's super interesting.
It's wild. It's just
yeah,
wild.
There's so much science behind a bowling ball that, like, just this round object has so much science. It's crazy, and they're getting smarter and you know, more knowledge. Like, I'm curious to see what bowling balls are going to look like in, you know, 5-10 years from now. Like, what kind of covers are we going to come out with now?
Yeah, it's all a fascinating thing, but I thought I would.
I've never heard of anyone having their own X-ray machine. That's incredible.
It really is. It's just the stuff you learn and you hear about going around. You know, it's pretty wild. Let's see what folks are saying here in the chat. Simon started it. He's the Roger Bannister of the PBA. Yep, we're talking about that opposite-handed. Darker colors used to be stronger. I heard that opposite, the lighter the ball, the less it hooks. Let's see, game. Okay, anyway.
Okay.
I don't know if I switched the.
I'm not sure who this guy is, but this Landon Cannell.
Yep.
He's impressed me just watching him this block. He's got effortless power. His hand gets into a very good spot as a two-hander.
All right, so I'm gonna see if you get. I'm gonna see if you get there with me.
All right.
Before you sat down in this booth, I was talking to the audience about this guy.
Okay.
Okay. He reminds me of a bowler who currently bowls on tour, but he reminds me of that bowler 10 years ago.
10 years ago. So this is an older bowler.
No, well, this player 10 years ago I thought was a little more one-dimensional, but he has become a top 5 bowler on the planet because he's been able to not just play out and up the back of it. Now he can shape the lane.
Okay. Now, once you said that, then a name came to my eyes. Are you talking about Kyle?
Yes.
Okay. I agree. Kyle used to just throw it hard and straight.
He used to up the back of it,
Yeah.
up the and he was decent at hooking it, but he wasn't elite. He's elite at everything now.
Oh, 100%.
Okay. This young man reminds me of Kyle Troop 10 years ago.
That's very factual. I
Because
completely
he's
agree.
up the back. He's
Up the back, super, like, lots of speed.
yeah.
Uses his legs, too, which, I mean, as a two-hander, you want to use your legs more and more because that's where we generate the power. But,
Correct.
I remember when Kyle had that break, like that, you know, money record season. I remember in an interview he did, he said he threw over 1,000 bowling shots until it finally felt right.
Yep.
And I think that's, you know, how he reinvented his game and to be more versatile. Yeah, you can see pacing 280 right now.
Yeah, he just reminds me of Kyle Troop circa 2010.
Yeah, popping out of every shot, but effortless power and gets to hit on the 10.
So I know some folks have been wanting to watch these groups here because you got Brad Miller and that. They are a little bit further behind the other group that we were watching. I can give you some scores here. Some scores have already came in for Game 5, so it kind of throws it for a loop. Tim Hardigan just had 279 in Game 5. He improves to 1161.
Yeah, that's almost already ahead of me. Maybe we
Gary,
might have to start sweating this one.
Gary Faulkner is 215 over through 5. That was with 203 the last game. 11:44, Lucas Hardigan. 11:35, David White. Brandon Johnson's bowled 11:23. Kevin Smith, 11:11. Aaron Holloman, 11:04. Michael Howman bowled 973 for his first 4. Eric Jones, 970. Casey Murphy, 966, who's on our screen bowling now. Bud Kroll bowled 955. Chase Valenzuela, 947. Trey Martin, 927. Robarge had 916. Brad Miller had 908. 897 for Nathan Eaton. Chris Seligman had 887, along with Chandler Tisdale, and so on down the line. Kendall Martin here. Now it's going to 2-pin, but he had the front 5. Kendall Martin was 74 over after 4 games. Got almost all of it in one game, bowling 269. So it's feast or famine for Martin.
Yeah, it could be some pair-to-pair issue. I noticed some of the pairs the fronts hooked a little bit more, so just trying to navigate that.
What bowling ball weight do you throw, and have you tried any other weights?
I do throw 15 pounds. I did experiment a little bit with 16 pounds. It didn't really last that long. I noticed I was using a little bit more energy than I wanted to. And it made me very fatigued during longer blocks or just longer days in general. So I kind of got away from 16 pounds. I haven't experimented with 14. I don't think I'm ever going to get to that point. But you never know. I know a lot of pros have been experimenting with 14 pounds. I think Bill O'Neill was one of the first ones to do it.
He was. Didn't go well for him.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure the difference between 15 and 14s. I know a lot of the lefties fluctuate between 15 and 16 just with urethane because the numbers change. So they might get a little bit more out of a urethane with 16 because it hooks more. But as a righty and a two-hander, I'll stick with 15 for probably the rest of my career.
It would be fascinating to see some gimmick tournaments out there. But I guess in most other sports you don't see that. So I understand why we wouldn't do it. But for me, it would make me want to tune in and watch different sorts of things. So for instance, a 12-pound bowling ball tournament or a 10-pound bowling ball tournament for $100,000.
Yeah, like when the PBA did the plastic ball tournament.
Yeah. Like I would find that interesting.
So here's a good question for you. So I'm going to go to a different sport and then bring it back to bowling. So with golf, I like to watch golf a lot and understand a lot of the different things they go through. So Bryson has these 3D printed irons now.
Yeah.
And obviously he's making them work. I don't know if you can 3D print a bowling ball. Now, do you think that's going to ever be a thing?
That'd be fun. I mean, you'd have to send it through the USBC approval, so you'd have to I think you got to make 24 of them.
Okay.
And then you have to pay to have it approved.
Okay. I feel like that could happen.
It could.
I feel like that could happen. Who knows? Because I know that material stays pretty strong, and if Bryson's club head speed and his clubs aren't breaking, I mean, it's as hard as a bowling ball.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: if this were to become a thing, who would be the first current pro bowler that would be the guy to do it?
Oh, probably Simo. I think he experiments a lot with different things.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Who do you think it would have been 15 to 20 years ago? Because a name comes to mind to me. I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
This is the guy that says if his bowling ball had more than a 64th more of side weight, he could feel it in his hand.
Norm Duke?
Norm Duke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always playing with the cork in his thumb. And
I think he would be the guy that would 3D print bowling balls if that was a thing 15 years ago.
Oh, yeah, it's I've seen a 3D printer machine in action, and it's great. Like, people are building homes with it.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe we're not so far off. Maybe some of the companies are already experimenting with it and we just don't know yet.
Kendall Martin back on it. Got a little double there. He's working on 270.
Yeah, this pair is lighting it up.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I did feel like the high end produced a little bit more of the scores than the low end, just because it's a little hotter up here. Seems to be a little bit more friction to the right, where the low end's a little bit colder, and I felt like they were a little bit more tighter.
Casey Murphy, he won the Bowler's Journal going on probably 8 or 9 years ago now.
Really?
Yeah.
That's impressive. Some of the scores this year have been really good. Boog off to our right. And 10 back. Brad made sure to get the 10 out on that shot after leaving a flat 10 in the 6th frame on that lane. Just like that, Greek church for Boog. Good thing it's on his fill ball, so he doesn't have to.
Correct.
Don't think he has to shoot it, maybe just for count, but shouldn't hurt him too bad.
Are you bowling the PBA, PBA 50, PWBA event?
I have not signed up for it yet. I haven't decided if I'm going to or not. Just because I have scheduled Louisville, which starts on the Friday, one of Jody Boyd's tournament. So I think if I end up making any of the match plays or the match play, I think it kind of conflicts with the Friday. I'm not entirely sure yet. I haven't really looked at the schedule much. I kind of wing things a little bit.
Well, I'm going to give you some advice.
Okay. I like advice.
I don't know how deep your relationship is with Jody.
Okay.
So that I can't speak to. But I'm going to view this Trios new event tournament thing as a networking event.
Okay.
As much as it is anything else. And I think if you're a player on the PBA Tour that's in the top 8 in points, and this is an inaugural event where they're trying to get the greats of the game with the current greats of the game with the PWBA folks. And this is, you know, the inaugural event, as I mentioned, and this is a coming together of all. I think it is in your best interest to support and bowl that event, if you can.
No, I completely agree with you. Showcase all the talent from across every tour.
Yeah, and I think because it's going to get so much coverage, that if you have that magical moment, that magical event, that opportunity to win the first one, with whoever it may be, it's going to be one that everybody's going to remember.
Oh, most definitely. I will say I definitely need to bowl as much PBA stuff as possible because I'm still looking for my first title.
Right.
Whether it's national and even regional, which a lot of people don't know, I don't have a regional title. So every year I do get screwed by not being able to bowl the TOC, and thankfully this year it didn't really matter. However, I don't want to leave it to chance every year. And you're 100% right. It's definitely
and you're bowling good right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so those opportunities only come across so often, and I just think if I'm knowing you, having the relationship that we do,
Yep.
and if I'm watching this thing on Bowl TV, or I find out on social media, hey, Zach Wilkins won with Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Liz Johnson.
Oof.
Okay, I'm just
That's a dream team right
I'm
there.
just throwing out some crazy stuff, right? That's pretty much like bucket list opportunity, like a moment that you will never forget in your life.
You're 100% correct.
So I think
especially with the two goats.
I'm just throwing stuff out there,
Yeah.
right? Or, whether if it's you and Chris Barnes and Verity Crawley. I'm just throwing out crazy, but it is a networking thing too, right? So, like, let's just say you got paired up with Barnes.
Yep.
Okay, and I know you got a good relationship with those guys already. Yep. But then you get invited onto the Beef and Barnesy show, and they all talk about you and everything. And then you can go to your sponsors and say, hey, got that title, I'm representing your company well.
No, yeah, there's a lot of doors that could open.
Fringe benefits, right, that come along, You're an answer to a trivia question. Who won the first event? Who was,
Very true, very true.
So, anyway, not trying to be Johnny with the big gold watch standing up on my soapbox here telling you what to do, and Jody, I know he runs great events. Don't get me wrong. I totally understand why you'd want to support it, but if there is an opportunity there, I think you should support the trio event.
Yeah, especially the PBA. They've given me, my career. Like, I mean, I owe the PBA a lot.
And I think the juice is worth the squeeze in this particular case. If I were you, I would try to do everything you can. But
yeah, I'm definitely bowling a lot more regionals this year because I wouldn't say I desperately want one, but I mean, I feel like it would be a monkey off my back.
You bowled one in St. Louis, didn't you?
Yeah. Kyle Sherman ended up winning it. I finished 6th or 7th, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, we're close to winning one. We're just sticking with the process. Practicing every day. Now that I'm doing lessons each week, that's been helping me grow, just not only as a person but as a bowler as well. Very good game by Brad Miller here, 260, the double in the 10th.
I got to tell you, Zach, I've really enjoyed sitting here with you, just talking some bowling, going over some things.
Yeah, I think this has been in the making for a while, to be honest.
I couldn't agree more. I've always got an open booth policy here on Inside Bowling. I come to these events. I set up by myself these days. I really don't have anyone that I can take with me these days. So kind of Vin Scully it and do the best I can on a single channel anymore. I've thought about investing in all the equipment and having, multiple streams. This event would have supported it. They have a nice internet connection here.
Oh, I completely agree. I did some voiceovers earlier in the birthday party room for all my lessons back home. So I'll take videos of their before and then their after the lesson, and then I'll send them a voiceover of what we worked on. And with my iPad, I do need internet connection, and yeah, they were high speed, man. It was great.
Just got right in there. Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
No, this is a very nice bowling alley. I've never been to Hot Springs before, but it's a nice tourist area.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot going on in the main drag out there, man.
Yeah.
It's tough to make a left or a right onto the main drag. There's cars everywhere.
Oh, 100%. What I really like is how much water they got around here. There's probably some good fishing.
Yep, probably.
Yeah, brings me back to Canada.
I went to the baseball card shop they got just right next door here. They had a card show going on in there today. I like to purchase baseball cards.
I will say, I have from time to time tuning into Inside Bowling. I have seen numerous times you with whether it's baseball. I think it's baseball cards. You collect a little bit more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a side business for me, but I enjoy the collecting aspect of it too.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it, so I know a lot of people like the Lavery Spars or Chapman's.
Yeah.
They go to is it Walmart and they just buy
Target,
these packs?
Yeah.
And some of them, they said, they pull these holy grails that are, worth a pretty penny. How does that kind of work?
Well, that part of it is more like gambling, and I'm going to give you and the audience a baseball card rundown here. But first, we got our man David White. We've got him up there.
Not
now.
Rocky, David.
David, yep, he's ready to rock.
David and Goliath.
But we do have scores here, so let's just take a gander here at our scores from this squad.
Uh-oh.
So 215 over is Gary Faulkner, 213 over is Casey Murphy, Eric Jones is 205 over, Holloman's 185 over, so is Robarge. Trey Martin is 174 over, Brad Miller's 173 over, 161 over is Tim Hardigan, and David White is tripping out everything
He's getting into it.
Bud Kroll is 156 over, Lucas Hardigan's 144 over, Valenzuela 139 over. Our man David White right here is 135 over, along with Kendall Martin. Chris Seligman's 133 over. 123 over is Brandon Johnston. Chandler Tisdale's 121 over. 119 over is Justin Wynn. Kevin Smith is 111 over, and then Aaron Holloman's 104 over. And that's just the folks that are 100 over.
Yeah, and there's still 3 games to go, so it's honestly looking like I might have to bowl again.
I don't know.
Well,
we're gonna see how this shakes out. I think you're all right. Still.
Yeah, we'll.
Some more scores.
Yeah,
for everybody.
and there's probably gonna be a lot more re-entries, knowing it's the last squad. So I'm thinking we're gonna get to 25 people are gonna make the cut. I think we're gonna have a good turnout for C squad, knowing it's the last squad.
Yeah, I think we'll get to 100 entries.
Oh, a very nice spare on 16, I believe the Greek Church.
That I should be able to get for you.
Yeah,
here.
Greek Church, or it was 5 through the middle.
Looks like it was maybe a
4 count. A 4
yeah,
count. So
got it right here.
Even better.
Here it is. Just for you.
Yeah, 4 count. I should have, but I'm talking with Mike now. It's less stressful.
So real quick, I'll give you the quick little baseball card rundown
Yeah.
here. Little baseball card thing. So if you purchase packs of cards, you really are like gambling. Like you're spending money on a product that is pretty expensive. And you're looking to basically hit like a slot machine, really, honestly, is what it is. Okay?
Okay.
Where I Casey Murphy just said Zach would have shimwrecked him this block. For everybody else, the scores would have been worse.
It's not wrong. I do like to play the middle part of the lane better than anyone.
What I like to do is I like to go to the folks that just bought these cards.
Yep.
And if they didn't pull one of these top 30, 40, 50 cards, they're trying to get rid of everything else on the cheap. Like they just don't care about it. They want to get money so they can go buy another one.
Okay.
Okay. So what I do is I kind of swoop in and I play small ball.
So you like the Gary V of baseball cards.
Yeah, I like to small ball it. Okay, so I'll go into a vendor and I'm looking for cards that are centered. I'm looking for cards that don't have scratch marks on them. But you only have so much time to look at these cards. You don't want to pull out a magnifying glass. So you'll be there all day.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just kind of go in and I kind of grab the play. Number one, I know all the players that I think have upside. I like to buy hurt players because people aren't buying them.
Okay.
Okay, and when they come back, they're going to be great. So Steph Curry, when he was out for an entire season, his cards dropped like 50% in value.
Oh wow.
Then he came back, and then he broke the 3-point record, which everybody knew. Just do the math.
Yeah.
And all his cards went up 20% more than what they were before he got hurt. So if you'd have bought Steph Curry, held, and then sold after he broke the record, it's kind of easy to figure this stuff out.
Yeah, you do a little bit of homework, but
Ronald Acuna is hurt right now.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Okay, so he's a guy to buy.
Yeah.
Right? Corbin Carroll's having a bad year. He's got a bum shoulder. He's a guy to buy. Like,
there's a lot of injury. Like I have Mookie Betts on my team, and he's been out with a broken hand. He got hit, of course, but Kansas City Royals, they had to throw at him.
Right. Yeah. Yep. So that's what I like to do with the baseball card stuff. Like I like to buy off-season cards. So right now I'm buying basketball and football.
Okay.
Okay. And then when the football season starts, I don't buy any football unless a guy gets hurt. Then I'll buy him.
Then you buy the hurt.
Then I buy the hurt guy and hold on to him for 8 or 9 months. So.
Gotcha.
For instance, right now just on eBay alone, I have auctions ending every week. So. A lot of the guys you talk to in our industry, they talk about buying all the time and what they pull, but they never talk about what they sell. So there's my 90-day total of what I've sold on eBay.
Oh, wow.
Which is not over $9,000.
That's pretty good.
It's always selling. So if you look at what I'm selling this week, you look at my bids received, just to give you an idea. This Ezekiel Tovar card right here, I bought for $5. It cost me $16 to get it graded. Okay? So I've got about $21 into that. eBay's going to take 13%. The auction ends tomorrow night. I'm probably going to get about $40 for it. So I'm going to make $8 or $9. That's it.
That's still good, but if you can do that with like 100 cards, though, I mean that adds up.
So here's there's some O-Pee-Chee Gretzky's from back in the day that I got for $10 a piece.
My dad has a bunch of old Gretzky.
Does he?
The Oilers were his team. So
well, that would be.
He has a lot of Gretzky cards.
He needs to get some graded. So those will be little small ball wins. But like here's Jaron Duran, right? I thought this guy would be good this year. So this is just a card I bought for $1, and it tenned because it looked good. I sent it in. I have about a 70% gem rate when I send them into PSA. So 70% of the cards I send in get 10s. That card's at $41. It's going to sell for 60 or 70. I've got 19 into it, right? So that's a good one, right? But you don't win on them all.
No, for sure. There's some that have good upside potential.
I bought this in a PSA 10, this Adley Rutschman, Bowman's Best card. I bought it for $80 at a show back in February because Rushman's really good.
Yeah.
And then I bought 2 of them for $160. I got a bulk deal. The last one sold for $200 that I listed, and now this one's going to sell for about $180 to $200.
So when you do this PSA, because like this is where I don't understand, like how do you grade a card? Like what goes into grading a card, and why are some at a 9, and then how do you get to a 10?
Well, the thing is this: that it's up to the grader that's grading your card. It's what their criteria is with their eyes and their magnifying glasses and their tools that PSA gives them. So I had a Joe Montana that I picked up on the road. It was a CSG 9. It's the most beautiful Joe Montana rookie I've ever seen in front of my face, ever. And because it was in a crappier grading company, it doesn't go for as much money. So I bought this card for like $800, okay? And I said, I am going to get home and crack it out of this case, and I'm going to send it to PSA.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep sending it in until it gets a 9, because I believe it is a 9.
Yeah.
It looks that good. And I cracked it and sent it to PSA. It got an 8. I cracked it and sent it to PSA. It got an 8. Cracked it to PSA. It got an 8. I cracked it and sent it to PSA. It got a 9. I just got the 9 back.
Nice.
So it goes from
the
being
potential goes a little bit higher.
$500 to $2,200.
Oh, just from going from an 8 to a 9.
Yeah.
So is an 8 like just not that great? Like, do you want them to be 9 or higher?
It just depends on the year and how old the card is. If you had an 8 Ricky Henderson rookie, that card was very difficult to find a good grade, so it's worth pretty good. But every grade goes up. A Montana 10 sells for $45,000.
Holy.
Mine will never 10 because the back's a little off center.
Okay.
So I'm happy with my 9. That's the peak that card's going to get to.
So what holy grail are you sitting on right now? What's your highest graded card right now?
I move too much stuff. I don't hold on to anything. I don't have
Okay, that's
I,
fair.
I collect early 90s hockey cards and PSA 10, stuff that I cracked open with my dad.
Got any
They're worth like $100.
Any Lemieux, Mark Messier, any of those
I have
guys?
a Lemieux O-Pee-Chee rookie and a 7 right now.
Okay.
I bought 2 9s at like $800 a piece back in the day, and I sold them for $2,500 a piece 6 months later.
Damn, that's good.
Then they went up to like $4,000, and I was upset. But it's all about turning that dollar. And I do hold back some cards. Will Clark's my favorite baseball player of all time. I have
Okay.
every Will Clark rookie in a PSA
Nice.
10, and I just keep those.
Wow.
Jordan Bennington won the Stanley Cup for my St. Louis Blues as the goaltender. Goalie's my favorite
Man,
position.
he was like their 9th goalie too that year.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Yeah, so I collect some of that kind of stuff, but I don't collect
Okay.
anything high end. You'll never see me say, "Here's a $40,000 piece of cardboard that's sitting at my house." that's just not for me.
The Jonas Wagner of baseball.
I'd
cards.
rather roll that into Nvidia stock. I'd rather sell the card and roll it into
Yeah.
Nvidia stock or something like that. But I love the chase of going to a card show and going through a bargain box. Almost got it.
Oof, that was close.
Going through a bargain box and finding like a dollar card that's worth 15.
Yeah, we might have to start calling you the Gary V of baseball cards.
Well,
not knowing how much he like garage sales and
Oh,
turns
yeah.
a profit on everything.
my brother makes fun of me. I was doing a garage sale thing for a little bit too. I bought a whole bag of cassette tapes, okay, for $6, and I sold like 30 of them for $5 to $8 a piece.
They're
On
still
eBay.
marketing cassette tapes?
I mean, I'm still holding like 15 of the things, but I've made my money over so many times.
Damn.
It's just fun. I enjoy that. That's therapeutic to me.
Okay, but that's everyone's got their own way of what makes them happy.
Yeah, and I would much rather find a card for 25 cents that PSA 10s is worth $200
Yeah.
than buy a $1,000 card I can sell for 15 later, because it's the hunt. That's fun.
For sure.
Got $132 so far.
All right, who's gonna be the lucky winner this?
Yep,
this
50-50 coming up. Aaron Holloman can still get to what do we got here? 250?
Yeah, I think that's.
Is that right? 156.
Yeah, 256.
Yeah,
That's a great game.
wonderful game. We'll head back over to 19 through 22 here. Little out of whack. They are a little out of whack right now as far as pacing goes. Some pairs are well ahead of others.
Yeah, we got some pairs that have 3, and then majority of them still have 4. But you can see this pair of lefties, they're still striking.
There's an alligator farm downtown here, they say.
Alligator farm. I can't say I've ever seen an alligator before.
Will Clark's little brother was his classmate in school, Larry Huang says. No kidding, Larry. That's unbelievable. Hardigan opens cards online. Here's the thing. I thought about getting in the card business. But do you know how much time commitment it is being in a card shop all day and all night?
Should ask the guy at in Wichita.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I bet he could give you some good information.
Well, I'm not a fan of my interactions in that particular store.
I think I've only walked through there once, but yeah, just the hunt alone, finding all that stuff is like, holy smokes.
I'm obviously the type of customer most guys don't want,
Okay.
because I'm.
Are you like that one guy who on that show American Pickers, where he's hard to bargain with?
I mean, basically, I'm the one coming in with the cash. Do you want my money or not? Right?
Hey, that's fair.
So
Money talks.
I walked into that store at one of the PBA stops a couple years ago, and he has this. He had a LeBron James. It's a Topps Finest. It's a white one where he's in a suit, and he had that card in a PSA 10 refractor, and it was I'm sorry, no, it was in a BGS 9.5. Excuse me, Beckett 9.5. Okay. And I'm like, you know what? That's the one LeBron card I'd like to have, and I want to crack it out of the 9.5 and try to get a 10, right?
Yeah.
And it'll go up in value, right?
Yeah,
so
100%.
So I walked in and I decided to look at eBay. And I noticed this card on eBay was selling for like $1,100, like all day long. Like the 4 of them had sold for like between $1,100 and $1,150, right? And Jim Callahan raves about this shop. Oh, those guys, they take care of me. They're great,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
So I'm like, hey,
yeah.
Jimmy, I want to try to get this card. Let's go in. Let's talk to him. So I'm in there doing my normal spiel, talking to him and stuff. And I go, hey, I'm interested in this LeBron. And they had it tagged at $3,000.
Well, that's $1,900 more than you would think.
But look, sometimes they don't change their prices, whatever. So I go, hey, what's the best deal I could get on that LeBron? And he goes, for you, $2,500. And I go, hey, if you're serious about moving the card, I will give you 90% of the last 3 sales on eBay. Because then they don't have to pay eBay fees that way, right?
Yeah.
And I'll give them cash.
Correct.
And the guy was like, absolutely not. This card's going to go way up in value, blah, 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 blah. And the card has been dropping ever since. So it bothers me when people have a card that they have on display for sale and they're not willing to move it for what fair market value is.
Yeah, I guess that with that market, it's constantly changing, kind of like the housing market.
It is.
Do they do like conventions for
Oh,
cards?
yeah. Next week's the National Sports Convention.
Okay.
Over 150,000 people will be there.
Holy, because I know they do like a sneaker convention, like
Yeah.
shoes and that.
Yeah.
Like some people will just, hey, how much for that entire table?
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yep.
And that market is pretty
it's-
big too.
Yeah, it's not so.
Like
as
I
well.
see Dino and all of them, they're like entering these. I wouldn't even say giveaways, but like there's just apps for it, and then like if you get selected, you get to purchase that shoe.
Yep.
Yeah, it's wild. It's actually wild.
The thing with the shoes, though, it's crazy to me, is people actually wear them, and then they put them back in their closet, and then they sell them used to other people and stuff, and it's just kind of weird to me, the shoe thing, because first of all, I really don't want my feet going in something somebody else wore.
Yeah, it's facts.
And then if it's worth a bunch of money, I'd be constantly looking down at the ground so I don't step in gum or step on my feet or, it starts raining outside. Oh, sorry, honey, we got to wait to go into the restaurant because I got my $700 shoes on and it's raining now.
Right, yeah, you got a paper bag over it.
That just doesn't seem practical to me. I'm not going to shame or judge somebody for it, but it's just not for me.
Yeah, I just wear my $60 Hey Dudes and call it a day.
I will tell you, I did start paying more money for tennis shoes about 5 years ago, buying the ones that feel better on your feet when you're on your feet a lot.
The dad shoe, the New Balance.
No, I'm more into the Asics.
Okay.
And Brooks.
Okay.
And Hoka's.
Hoka. I've heard of Hoka's.
Yeah.
I heard they're very comfortable.
Chris Barnes owns like 10 pairs of Hoka's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people wearing those. I think they're called Ons.
Ons.
Is it O-N?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly.
There's
correct me if I'm wrong, Chad.
There's one called Cloud something now too.
Okay.
But my grandmother actually told me her feet always killed her, and she goes, Michael, you only get one set of feet, and you're on them your entire life. Take care of your feet. And I never did until about 5 years ago.
She's not wrong. We're always moving. We're always doing something. So.
Yeah. That's the foundation of your entire body.
Yeah, support is key.
Oh, Spencer.
Jeez.
Wow. Wowzers.
I think he's taking the pattern completely out of play and just trying to throw it at the head pin. That was a weird hit by Spencer, knowing how much power he can create.
It really was.
Along with his rev rate.
I'm gonna super slow-mo his hit down. I just want to see.
It was almost a lily.
I know. I gotta see this. All right, here we go. Here's the ball.
Where does the ball go? Oh, right to the 8-pin spot.
It was. We thought it might be a lily, but it really wasn't. The 10 went down pretty quick. We can't claim that one.
He got the Dick Weber get the 5 out off the sidewall.
Yeah.
Hit.
Mike, how many shoes do you have in your closet? I have about 7 pairs of shoes total. I like New Balance as well. I'm a big Adidas guy, but I cannot get behind their Turbo Boost or whatever their most comfortable shoe. I can't. Alpha Boost or something.
I don't even know what they look like.
I can't do it. It's got these ginormous, huge bubble-looking things on the. I cannot do it.
There's I think they're called. There's one shoe it's like a flip flop, but it's like foam. I think are they like Yeezy? Is it like the Yeezy?
Yeah, I think
cloud?
so. Yeah.
I don't know. They just look ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I just can't get on board with it. Everyone's like, they're super comfy. I'm like, I don't know. They just look weird.
Well, Eric Jones re-entered the tournament.
And he is whacking them again.
Yeah, when we're looking at your score, by the way, you know, Eric Jones, even though his number is going to be ahead of you, he's ahead of you again.
Yep.
So you were third on your squad, bro.
Yeah, I feel like I would still need 20 people to pass me.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
That's insane. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. And, folks, everybody will be back at 8 o'clock tonight. I'll have the C squad for you. I hope he gets a bunch of entries for the event. But if it's less than 24, I wouldn't be upset, because that would mean it would take about 3 hours and 15 minutes, and I'd get out here about 11:15 tonight.
Yeah. What time did you start setting up this morning?
I was up at 6:30.
Okay.
Here at 7:10.
Oh, okay. So not as early as I thought. Okay.
I set up last night.
Oh,
was
after
here
we
till-
were done the sweeper?
Yeah, I was here till 11:30.
Oh, okay. See, you're smart.
Well, it was all coordinated. Corkis and I coordinated it all. I said,
Oh.
"What time should I get there? You want me to set? Should I set up before or after?"
Beautiful.
And he said, "You don't have to get here early. You can just do it after." I'm like, okay. So I left St. Louis a little after 1.
Yeah, I think they've provided us every lane the entire weekend. No open bowling at all.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Central Lane staff.
Yeah, I like this bowling center. It's super nice.
It's old school. I mean, it's definitely got old school feel. I mean, no doubt.
Yeah, I kind of like the movie theater style type chairs in the back for the fans.
Kind of like South Point a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Eric's pacing 279 here, so he might even beat his last block. Yeah, good shot by Eric there. During his break, he had to do an exam.
Did he really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's 18, man, college life.
Zach, how many bowling balls do you currently have in your truck?
So I just recently gave away a bunch of bowling balls to the pro shop back at Gladstone in Kansas City. Some of them go to the youth bowlers just because I know how expensive bowling balls can be, and not many parents can afford bowling balls for their kids. So prior to that, the answer was going to be somewhere in the 60 to 70s. Right now, I carry 36 bowling balls in my truck right now.
I was going to set the over-under at 38.5.
Yeah, it's I got them in rows of 6, so there I can fit 2 rows in the bed of my truck, and then if I put the seats up, I can fit probably another 24 bowling balls in my back seat.
Larry, who is one of our favorites, Larry, he says, by the way, Mike, thanks for setting all this up. You're doing a great job as always. It's been fun watching and listening while he goes through his junk mail. And then JPE Morgan. I don't know if this is like the bank financial institution or what, JP Morgan, but hey, we could use a loan at 0 interest.
Yeah, let's go.
Actually, I'd take probably 5% right now on about $500K so I can buy my dream home. Anyway, let me know.
Yeah, 100%. What kind of rate can you get a Canadian down here?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Anyway, says y'all have been entertaining the whole time that I've watched. I love the different topics with the bowling mixed in. Seriously, keep up the great work.
Awesome.
Well,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thanks, JP Morgan.
This is the first time Zach and I have actually sat down together, but we have a lot of mutual friends, and we both know each other fairly well. Did you, now, here's a question for you. Do you, when the PBA tour was going on and that, and if you weren't competing or it was different squads, did you tune in and watch much of the bowling at all?
I did. So that was kind of part of my training this year, was to really watch more bowling and watch more tape. You know, whether it was live or if it was archived, regardless, I still tuned in to Bowl TV when I wasn't bowling, just so I could, you know, watch more of the good bowlers, understand the transitions that they're going through and what balls they were using. And like, you have front row tickets every squad to see ball motion, so like learning it from like just you talking about it, you know, helps. So I did spend a lot of time watching Bowl TV this year, and I loved every second of it.
Cool. Yeah, they got a good thing going over there. It's a privilege to be able to do some of the work over there with those guys. I'll tell you, I was on hiatus there for a little while, and I couldn't believe the amount of people that were like coming out of the woodwork, like wanting to know what's up.
Yeah. I think it was more the back half of tour. Like, a lot of people were like, where'd Mike go? Where's Mike? Where's Mike?
Yeah, it probably wasn't communicated the best on my part, nor Bowl TV's part, but
Nah, either way, you guys had a great crew this year, and you know, everyone did a great job.
No question. Yeah, it's Craig, Brian, Chase.
Sometimes Hess.
Yeah. Emil and Patrick Martinez and Jason Thomas, and there's a lot of people that work on that project. I think they had 200 events.
Hey,
this
nice
year.
5-pin.
Yeah, it was a nice 5-pin. You know, that is one thing about Spencer. I kind of feel like, and I've said this a couple of times, I feel like his game was like a stock shooting up. Like, I mean, it was just every day it was like, damn, it went up more.
Yeah.
Damn, it went up more.
Yeah.
But I do feel like since college, his stock is kind of evened out.
Yeah, plateaued a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's at a point, like we were watching him bowl this game, and he couldn't carry, right? Because he's throwing it hard, and when it's getting down to the 1-2 pocket for him, it's not going through the pins, right?
No, exactly. Where you had, you know, Eric Jones, who's shaping the lane a little bit more, and 279, just like that.
And I think the safe play that works on those just demanding super hard patterns that you don't want to bowl yourself out of the tournament.
Yeah.
I think in an event like this where it's a little bit higher scoring and there is shape to the pattern, I think Spencer needs to take a few more risks with his bowling.
I agree, because he has the rev rate.
Oh,
he
my
understands
God.
it. Like, it's one of the highest rev rates in the world.
This kid dominated youth tournaments in the St. Louis area on the most biggest walls of China you've ever seen in your life, throwing reactive.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard he was, he's been one of the best youth bowlers to ever come out of the state.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't he have like the 300 record?
I think he might.
What did it? Eric's telling me to look at my phone. All right, what did Eric send me? All right, this is coming. I'll read it word for word for you, chat. This is from our leader after Squad 1, Eric Jones. He said, "Hey, shout out my gram to the stream." So, Eric Jones' grandma, shout out to you, and a shout out all the homies back in the slums of Edmond, Oklahoma.
There you go.
There you go, guys.
You know who else is from Edmond, Oklahoma that made a bunch of shows in the late 90s?
I am not sure.
Mike Edwards.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Mike Edwards.
I recognize that name.
Edmond, Oklahoma. Eddie.
Nice. Can't say I've ever been to Edmond. I've been to Tulsa a bit.
Head over, I guess this is still game 5 over here.
Yeah, I think some people have started game 6.
Yep.
And some are still finishing game 5.
I believe this is a game 5 finish here.
Yeah, these are the 2 pairs that have the 3 on them.
Actually, this is game 6.
Oh, okay.
I hadn't
so
deleted.
they're almost a full game ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games are in the books for a majority of the field. So we're going to be going into game 7. So I had switched it over to 6, and then I guess I just used one of my. I didn't delete the 5, and then it got in there when I did a replay, and then I got all screwed up.
Start talking baseball card. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's okay. It happens.
Do you like Tim Hortons?
Oh. I will say, so living in Kansas City now, so I've only been back to Canada 3 times in the last 3 years. And Tim Hortons only goes as far west as Ohio. That's as far west as I've seen it. And every time let's just put it into perspective. When the World Series of Bowling was in Detroit, I went every day.
Okay.
And we were there for 2.5 weeks. So, yeah. Every great Canadian road trip starts with Timmy's.
There's a little restaurant chain that's in that doesn't have many locations left anymore, and they used to have like 100 of them in the United States.
Okay.
They had 2 in St. Louis, and when I was a kid, we used to go there. It was called Olga's Kitchen.
Okay.
They serve gyros and these things called snackers, which are like these pita chips with the seasoning on top, and then you get like this almond cheese. It's the weirdest thing, but
Dang, that sounds good.
when you're a kid, you really like this, right? Right, just on that, there's a Target and some other big places. I think there's a On the Border, some other restaurants. When you come out of Thunderbolt, you make a left, you make another left, and then all that stuff's on the right. There's an Olga's Kitchen in there.
Really?
And every time I go to Detroit, I'm like, oh, I get to go to Olga's Kitchen.
Okay. I didn't even know. I might have to try that next time we're in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody, but for me, it's awesome.
A lot of people recommended that pizza place down the road from Thunderbolt. I can't remember what it was called, but Barstool Dave Portnoy gave it an 8.4.
Really?
Yeah, and that's pretty high for Dave.
Yeah, it's high.
Yeah, I guess I will. It was pretty good. I did eat it. It's got the nice thin crust, a little bit of flop in the front.
Very nice.
Starting to see a little bit of scores come down. See a couple more games in the 160s to 180 range now than the 200s to 240s.
I am so confused here right now because Richie Tharp has 6 games down here. So this is game 7.
Okay.
For these guys. And they're almost done with game 7.
They're going to be a full game behind or ahead.
But it's 5 o'clock. So Brad Miller and Kendall Martin and Casey Murphy and those guys are just finishing game 6.
And
these guys are done with game 7.
Wow.
So this is a little difficult to keep track of right now.
Yeah, I think it's just the 3 on the pair, so they just get pretty comfortable and away they go.
Yeah.
There's no pace to it.
Brian Kirkendall here. So I need to get these last few scores, let the audience know what the scores look like before these other scores start getting added in.
Yeah.
Because they're going to input this 230 game here, this 230 immediately.
Yeah, they got score runners coming down after each game and taking pictures of the score sheet and then sending them to the front desk. And yeah, they're doing a very good job in getting the scores very quickly.
Brad Miller and them are down on lane 4 right now.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, they gave me that back end. So we're still waiting for Brad and Kendall's scores. But Eric Jones off to a big lead.
Yeah, he's already 284 over after
Through six, yeah.
and that's already higher than his previous score from the first squad.
Yeah.
I've loved just watching Eric grow as a bowler. He's one that he's probably going to have a lot of the tricks as a lefty, just like Simo does as a righty.
Yep, I agree. So this thing is pacing less than 4 hours.
Hey, that's good for you. That's more of a break now.
Yeah, it's well, some pairs are.
You might actually get to sit down at a Texas Roadhouse, get some
You know,
rolls.
something like that sounds pretty good actually today. I did support the center as well. I do like to support the bowling centers as much as possible.
Yeah, their menu looks pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, very solid. I think they're just missing these 2 scores because I think those guys are done.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are well into their 7th game.
Yeah.
I just can't see them being that far behind. Because Casey Murphy's a pretty quick bowler. Brad's a relatively quick bowler.
Yeah, scores are already coming in. Well, now I'm really confused. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Forget what I just said.
Yeah, I don't think they have Game 7 scores in. But, yeah, we don't. It's just that pair.
Yeah, we're missing Brad Miller and Kendall Martin.
Yeah, that's weird, just because they have 4 on a pair, so. That's a good way to finish off the game on 11 there. Struggling a little bit with the carry early on, but figures it out and throws the back 7.
Yep, nice finish.
Very good.
It's my boy Brian Kirkendall.
Nice. Couldn't really. It's got Dragon on his shirt. I just couldn't see his name on the back.
He and his doubles partner, Donnie Wilson, they bowl together in like every doubles event I've ever streamed.
Yeah.
They were like at the first holiday doubles I ever streamed, and they still bowl together every event.
That's awesome.
All right, I think I'm going to actually go up there and see if they can get these 2 scores in. So you're going to have to hold down the fort for a second.
All right, chat, you're stuck with myself. Mike's off to go get some scores. We are currently in Game 7 of qualifying here at the 10K 2024 Spa City Open. We got Austin saying Casey is probably taking way too long. Austin does bowl a lot with Casey, so yeah, maybe it is Casey's. Maybe Casey is taking a little bit longer. My native Detroiter friend says Green Lantern is the best. We got Paul B, great. Zach on the mic. Viewership just went down. Oof, that's rough. Love you, Paul.
These people are ruthless.
No, I know exactly who that Paul person is. Well, I'll just have to. He's the one that, I will say, he's a great dude. He's the one that got all the happy dads into the bowling center in
Okay.
Topeka. So.
All right. Okay, so I have standings to some degree here. Now I just got to figure out how to put it up here. All right, here we go. Got Eric Jones off all by himself. All right, here we go. We are in game 7.
All right, there we go.
So there's your Eric Jones score. 284 over.
Yeah, that's a lot. He's 60 ahead of second place on this squad.
Yeah. Then you got Casey Murphy, 225 over. Bud Kroll, 224 over.
Nice bounce back.
Lucas Hardigan, 223 over. Michael Holloman, 222 over. Trey Martin, 219 over. 199 over is Gary Faulkner. He's kind of going backwards the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Robarge is 198 over. Chandler Tisdale is 190 over. Tim Hardigan is 185 over. Brad Miller's 163 over. Aaron Holloman's 160 over. Kendall Martin's 159 over, along with David White.
Our boy David.
Yep. Chris Seligman is 154 over. Valenzuela is 153 over. Umbrello is 144 over. Wynn is 143 over. Hardgrove is 124 over. And then...
Yeah, we got a lot of scores bunched up. There's not much separation on this squad.
no, there's not. And that takes us home there. Again, if you want to check the standings yourself, they are available on that link that I have at the top of the chat. It's pinned up at the top. So just one game to go here.
Good break there, tripping out the 6-8.
You know, you brought up Gary Vaynerchuk earlier. I thought one of the best things that could have happened to bowling is if Gary Vaynerchuk would have bought the PBA.
Oh man, that would have been something.
Because, you know, he wants to own the Jets. That's
Yeah.
his whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if he owned an entire sports organization and how many of his friends he would have called on and said, hey, Uber, I need a sponsorship. Hey, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because he's got friends in a lot of high places.
And he would have promoted the living crap out of this like it's the greatest thing ever.
Do you know, I think who we need? He just bought, I think he owns a soccer team now, and he's Canadian.
Who's that?
Ryan Reynolds.
Okay.
That would be a good person to run the PBA.
And I'm not saying that Bowl Arrow's done a bad job at the PBA. That's not what I'm getting at.
No, not at all.
But anytime you can get some influx of something crazy from outside dollars where these guys will not necessarily look at it as the ROI, but as the, hey, Gary's taking care of me, so I need to take care of him.
Yeah.
That's really the kind of thing. That's how the PBA really succeeded there with Eddie Elias. Eddie Elias had all those relationships with like Firestone and Quaker State and all these brands that he was able to do all that.
Yeah, I think what makes Gary, likable too is he's just honest.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care if it's if you don't like it, you just don't like it. But you get what you get with him, and I appreciate and respect a person that is just brutally honest, even sometimes if someone doesn't like what he's saying.
Are you friends with Russ Oviatt?
I would say we're more acquaintances. I don't go out of my way texting him or anything, but every time, we're in the same building bowling together, yeah, we definitely talk.
Russ is a big Gary V guy.
Okay.
He got in on the V friend stuff very early.
Oh, wow.
He goes to like the big conferences and everything. He's very much into the Gary Vee stuff.
Holy cow. All right, that's kind of cool. So
It is.
Does he do like a bunch of garage hunting?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I could see Russ doing that. And he's a likable person. Like he's got the luscious locks.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like
jealous.
It's like Fabio.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I like Russ. It's just something that I noticed. He was at like a conference. I talked to him at an event. He's like, "Oh yeah, man." He's like, "If you ever have any questions, let me know."
Okay.
But yeah.
Maybe he's our person. He's our in to
Yeah,
Gary Vee.
right. Gary will be at the National Sports Show this week.
Are you going?
No, I've never been.
Okay.
It's a whole thing.
Is it like a week-long conference?
Pretty much,
Okay.
yeah, and it's nutso. Like I honestly think I would walk in and get a headache just walking in the door. I'd be so overwhelmed. I'd want to be at every booth at one time.
Yeah. Where is it being held this year?
It's in Cleveland.
All right. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm. Like I can't do it, right? I mean, if I had, it's one of those things where like you almost have to like have 2 weeks off before and a week off after.
Oh, just to plan what you're gonna buy, or
Just
like
it's I
map
think,
out
I
the
think
layout.
you need to like train to go there. Like
Okay.
get your sleep schedule, get plenty extra sleep, and then like when you come back,
pinpoint the cards.
you need to take a vacation. You need to take a vacation from that week once you get home. Like it's. I mean, my God. Yeah. Mike Albee actually has been into sports cards forever.
I love it when he comes on the stream and you guys just start talking about that. Oh, you get my undivided attention during that. I love it. And he has quite the stories too.
Mike Albee and I have not known each other very long, but here's the thing. He's paid attention to like we just have common interest. And every time I'm going to go stream in Indianapolis for Bowl TV,
He just knows
I
to be-
text Mike Albee like
Nice.
2 weeks before and go, "Hey, I'm coming. You want to come over?" Absolutely.
I liked when you put the video of him on the talk show and he's throwing that bowling ball down the hallway.
Yeah. Yeah, it was David Letterman show.
Yeah.
Yeah, Albee, I mean, he's just a treasure. Guy is a treasure, man.
I remember using him as a character on the PC version of the Brunswick Pro Bowling. And then I would always make sure I had the gold pins and everything.
Yeah.
He was like my favorite to use because like his game was so simple and like looked like he perfected the sport.
Yeah, so if we really do the whole childhood thing, right? Like just thinking about stuff, right? Like I'm watching bowling when I'm like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm watching Albee bowl 300 on TV with his Indigo Rhino RE thing that he didn't throw all week. They drilled it for the show. He used his teal Rhino all week. The teal Rhino wasn't striking. He was a top seed.
Jeez.
They said, "Here, try this ball." He threw a shot on each lane and struck both times, threw 12 in a row and never threw it again. He's 14 for 14 with that ball, and it's in his basement. And, you know,
That's incredible.
And what's so nuts is, like, you know, I look up to this guy like Albee, right? And the fact that now I can text him and say, "Hey, would you come join us in the booth?" We don't pay him, and he will show up. And I'm like, "Hey, bring some of your sports cards this time. We want to look at sports memorabilia."
Oh, I'm sure each and every time it's a little different on what he brings too.
Oh my God, it's nuts, and it's that is what makes this worth it for me. And it's sitting here with like,
not to our boy David.
David, I know.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say he makes it.
I know, King Kong coming up right
Yeah.
here.
He's a little agitated.
Oh, he's
so
pissed. He's not agitated. He is just outright mad.
There's gonna be some steam on this one, but
Yeah.
we've already seen one made today.
Yeah, somebody might want to remove the ball return just so it's sitting somewhere on the concourse. By the way, we have a Jurassic Park machine just next to us here.
And they're going.
And now we have players. He did not make it. We have players playing this game.
Yeah. Let's get the video over here.
This is just real quick, folks.
Nice.
We're sitting here and There is the Jurassic Park game.
They're going crazy.
And yeah, that's the noise that you hear right now here in the booth. Yep, that's what's happening right now.
They're having fun, man. What can you do, right? I swear it's not the Trump assassination going on over here.
Yeah, nope.
No one's trying to take Mike's head off.
Nope, we're good right now. We're good right now. Unreal.
Let's see if our boy David can get back on track here. There we go.
And there he is. He's barking at him, too. He's letting him know.
I love it.
I'm David White. Don't you forget it.
I love the passion out of this man.
Oh, now Hardigan's getting into it.
All right.
Now, is that his brother next door, Lucas, or a relative of some sort?
Yeah, maybe it's like a McKell situation.
Seven pin's going to be the last to fall. Watch this. Ready? No, light mixer.
Lighter.
I thought he was going to have a messenger there and slap it out. Notice the nepotism setting in with the slap of the hand there. Let's go.
All right.
Meanwhile, they have.
We got the 7-10 on 24. Very nice, very nice. It's kind of a late tap on the 7.
It's kind of happening everywhere now.
I see it. It's the last game. Everyone's trying to make the cut.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you that one too. Here we go.
Yeah, that's
second 7-10.
Just a little love tap on the 7 there. Very nice.
Sure was.
That'll keep the momentum going. All right, David. Let's.
Over under 9.5 for David on this shot right here.
I'm going over. He looks lined up. He's into it. He's feeling good. He's having a great block.
I think he's in a 4-pin. I think he's going to over adjust.
Ooh, the light
still
mixer
light.
again.
Oh, and look at him.
Yes,
look at
sir.
Him. Fist pump, ladies and gentlemen.
I might have to get a picture with him later. This guy's he might be one of my new favorites to watch.
When you do, if you don't mind, could you kind of look inside his collar and see what brand of shirt that is? I'm going to go make sure I buy 5 or 6 of that brand of shirt.
Definitely.
I don't know if it's a Tommy Bahama or if it's a...
It could be a Bogey Bros.
Oh, definitely could be. No question.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably got 5 of those in his closet with different colors.
Most likely. I'm sure he's got one for 4th of July that's got the red, white, and blue or something going on.
Oh, for sure.
Might even have like a flamingo one for a cruise. Yeah, so we got people done with Game 8 already. We're still waiting on some scores on Game 7.
Last game, man, it flew by. It flew by.
Yeah, it really did. You made it very nice for me here, just so you know. I really appreciate you coming by here. I know the audience likes it too.
Yeah, I'm glad to get in the booth, talk about really whatever. It's
Samuel Word says Mike. Mike Edwards says, what's up?
Hey.
What's up, Mike Edwards? Their uncle is Rudy Revs. I don't know if that's true.
What's that background check where you can look to see your family heritage?
Yeah. Ancestry.com.
Yeah, we might need a report.
David White is a Memphis and Oklahoma legend.
He looks like a legend.
Well, I'll tell you what. If he gets a strike here, I think everybody in the building needs to just duck.
Right. You might slap this one out. I think Lucas might slap this one out.
David just came off 194. He's pissed.
All right, he's 153 over.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
He's having a pretty decent block.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's like, you know what? I got to beat this kid. It's 168 over. Who's supposedly 8th on points on some tour called the PBA. We'll just see about that. You know tomorrow now in the Cashers round, you're going to be on the same pair with this guy.
Oh, I can't wait. Can't
You're
wait.
going to be on the same
We're
pair with him.
we're gonna give the people what they want. A good show.
Well, I mean, he'll be able to line off you. He'll be cursing you.
Oh yeah.
I got no hold because of you.
Yeah, you shimwrecker.
Go back to Canada.
Yeah, where's Ice? Where's Ice? Oh, leaner. All right.
You know, Tim Hardigan's starting to feel it too. He's getting all pumped up. He's got Lucas over there.
Yeah, Lucas at the
And
front six.
they are brothers. They are brothers.
Okay.
Tim is older. Tim is the elder statesman here.
Great shot by Tim there.
I don't know what country he's from, though.
Who? Yeah. I guess the shirt didn't give it away,
No,
right?
I'm not sure. I know he's a big fan of USA. Wearing his Bowlifi jersey as well, which is a sponsor of this event. Bowlifi. Thank you, Bowlifi, for the sponsorship.
That's the type of shirt I should come in tomorrow to Canada written on the front.
Probably. Roots. Isn't Roots from Canada?
Oh, gosh, their clothing is amazing.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
Roots.
Yeah, their material is very good.
All right, so here we go. Dave's been coming in kind of light. Like, light mixer. Oh, he got a handful of that.
Oh,
And he's throwing 14 pounds, too, I've been told.
really?
Oh, yeah.
It looks like it's going through the pins like a 16-pound ball.
Well, I think if he threw 15 or 16, nobody would show up to the tournament because it'd be over.
Yeah, there'd be no 710s. He'd be getting those out.
Right. Nobody would want to sign up to bowl with David here.
All right, well, good to see him back on the strike train. Missed that 10 pin, unfortunately, so he's definitely a little steaming. He's steaming.
So Lucas Hardigan is
What's he at?
259 over.
And he's got. All right, good break there.
That is the one weird thing about this pattern for the lefties. We do see them come in light from time to time and leave those 3-pin combinations, and a lot of times the 7's standing with it.
I agree. I watched, Robarge a couple of shots and McKell, and yeah, there's a little bit of hang out there. No, he's going to try to. Lucas is going to try to stay clean the rest of this game, and he had a very great block, good day of bowling, and he'll be in contention tomorrow.
So the magic question is, Zach, are you good with your number? You happy?
I'm quite certain I could get a lot higher, but I'm kind of okay with my number. I think once I see how many people register the next squad, knowing how many people will make the cut, that'll dictate if I bowl or not. But I'm leaning towards I don't think I need to bowl. But nonetheless, I will be here for a little bit before the 8 o'clock squad just to gander. That way we know what the number's looking like after this block.
We are so out of whack here that I've got another pair bowling just starting game 8, and the pair next to them are done with game 8.
That's what happens when we got an American and a Canadian running the booth.
Yep. I want to run my college bowling idea by tell me what you think.
Okay.
So, the college pace of play has caused a lot of issues in bowling. And even like on tour, people that come out of college are normally very deliberate, slow players because it's been taught pre-shot routine.
Yeah.
Same thing every time. Doesn't matter what you do, just do the same thing every time.
Correct.
And these college bowling tournaments are just taking forever.
Yeah, they have what, 10 on a pair too sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to one day, sooner than later, host a Mike Flanagan college tournament. Now, I
Okay.
don't know who's going to come to my tournament or why they would, or I don't know what tier I could make it or whatever. Nice shot there by Lucas. But
Do you get to pick which college comes to you?
maybe.
Okay.
And I want to take all the slowest ones to come because I got an idea.
Okay.
I would tell all the coaches ahead of time that your team has 55 minutes to complete the game. 55 minutes to complete the game. And I would not have the team switch pairs either, or switch lanes. They would bowl an entire 5-person team game on the same lane.
Just so like not back and forth.
Because
Okay.
the
Got
other
it.
team could sabotage you.
Correct. There'd be some defense in it.
And I wouldn't want that.
Okay.
It's up to you to bowl your pace, okay? So we have an air horn that goes off. Mike Flanagan with the 55 minutes on the clock. I got a clock in the center or whatever, right?
Perfect.
Everybody can see it.
Yeah.
You got 55 minutes to complete the game. At 55 minutes, the air horn goes off and you cannot bowl. If there's any frames left, you get 0.
I like that.
Then you got 5 minutes to get to the next pair,
Yeah.
and you go again.
I dig it.
College coaches would then teach, hey, when it's your turn to bowl, you got to be up and ready to bowl.
Exactly. Exactly. No, I like that. I think pace of play has, I wouldn't say become a problem, but there are definitely certain players, and everyone knows who they are. It can cause a problem for sure, because it kind of gets you out of your pace, and now you got to kind of go with their pace, and you don't really like that, and especially with like the double jump rule too.
Yep.
I like that can get out of whack.
So, and I think 55 minutes is the length of time. It may need to be an hour and then a 5-minute break and then an hour and then a 5-minute break. I'm not sure, depending on the pattern. Obviously, if you were bowling on something really, really hard.
Yeah, kind of like the Hoosier Classic.
Yeah, that one might be, hey, this is a tougher thing, so you get an hour.
Yeah.
But hey, you're bowling on, a 7-1, you're going to get 55 minutes.
Now, would you get rewarded if you had extra time left?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you could add pins based off of time.
Fair.
I don't think you could do that because if they bowl quick, they're probably striking anyway, and
Yeah.
it would just extend their lead.
Yeah.
But I definitely do think that I'd just like to try that. I'd just like to see.
It'd be cool. I mean, there's been a lot of change, coming with bowling. The fact there's string pins now.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I've yet to bowl on them, but I mean, I did grow up bowling with string pins, but it was 5-pin bowling, not 10-pin bowling. So it's a smaller ball with only 5 pins in a V form, and they were on strings. So I kind of understand how strings work, but it'd be cool to see what they're like with 10-pin wise. Now that the pins are closer together than the 5 pins. Didn't the senior tour bowl one of their
bowled
stops?
a regional something,
Yeah.
but it wasn't for a title, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do watch a lot of Packy's videos, and the Wichita State campus now is string pin.
Yep, and Nebraska has been, I think, for a long time.
Okay. Okay.
Arkansas State just put them in too, I think.
No, that's a great block by Lucas. 278 the last game.
Yep.
That gets him to what? That's 300 and something over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
He's a beast.
That's a lot. I think our boy David might need them all here. Get 202, gets him to 155 over.
Yep. There's the first one. And he's telling the approach and everybody around.
Oh, yeah, he's letting them know.
This is it. This is what should have been happening. Damn near every ball in this left lane. I don't know what the deal is, but I root for these veterans. I root for these guys that are just local legends.
Might be a foot. It might be a FootJoy. Is that a foot?
Oh,
is
it
that
might
an
be.
FJ?
Might be. That's a good.
No, that's a good brand though.
Oh, it
All right,
is.
everybody, get your tickets out.
Oh, David might get hit with the curse of the 50-50 here.
Yeah.
$106
Let's see how
for this
focused he
squad,
is through all
50-50,
this.
So the winner is going to get 103.
Now we got a foul light going off to boot. Oh boy.
Oh, Piers
Doesn't phase him. Slaps it out with a leg kick.
That's
Collins gonna
ice in
draw.
his veins right there.
Ticket number 164589.
What if David won the 50-50?
Oh, that'd be great.
164589.
He's more focused just for this shot.
Yeah.
He's not worried about looking up his 50-50 tickets.
Can you catch that logo on the shorts by chance? Is that Adidas? I think that's Adidas.
I think it is.
Something we have in common, he and I.
Great finish by David.
Yep.
155 over. That's
Anybody got anything?
that's got potential to
It
make
does.
it into tomorrow for sure.
It does. Sunday will be better if David is in it.
164589. Congratulations.
I'm on board. I'm going to start the Facebook fan page for him.
Oh, yes.
Thank you everyone for participating.
Let's go check in on Miller. Oh, this
Yeah.
is going to be they're in their last game. So these are
Wow.
these are the slowest.
Holy smokes.
Yep, slowest pair here.
I guess Austin Bolt was right. He in the chat he said it was all Casey. So guess it was Casey.
Casey is the slow player.
Yep, apparently. I always thought he was a pretty fast player.
Well, if he's striking a lot, he is. He's got a very unique backswing.
Yeah, it almost looks like he wants to helicopter it like the
Yeah.
Chinese Taipei, but then he gets his hand back underneath it somehow. It's super impressive.
I stream these tournaments in Iowa, the Ebonite Winter Classic and Fall Classic,
Okay.
twice a year. They're awesome events. They're on harder patterns. They're in Waterloo. I don't know how far that would be for you to go. It's probably pretty far.
Kansas City, Iowa's not terribly far. I would say it's less than 4 hours.
You should go bowl them.
Okay.
You really should.
I've never heard of them before.
Yeah, they
so-
pay like $3,000 for first,
Okay.
which isn't a ton. It's a $150 entry, maybe 125, something like that.
You had me at a hard pattern though. That's what I like, a good grind.
The brackets are nice.
Yeah.
The brackets are nice.
You don't have to
man.
shoot 240 every game.
No,
Perfect.
the brackets are nice.
Nice.
And the people that run the event, they get so much donated money that the meat and potatoes of the prize list is just fantastic.
Should we get David in this booth? Our man's got a Coors Light.
Nice bowling, David.
Great job, man. You put on a hell of a show, man.
We love you.
Yeah. You're our new fan favorite.
Yep, David, 65.
Wow. Incredible.
Yep.
Incredible. Let me shake that hand, man.
Nice
Well
bowling.
done. Well done. What we had a wager on what brand of a shirt you have. Oh, it is FootJoy. Okay, nice.
It is a FootJoy. but Adidas on the shorts. Yeah, nice.
Got the alligator belt.
Yep, I
Phil
love it.
Mickelson belt.
I love it.
Love it.
Love it. David coming up here.
That's our boy David.
Yeah, so here is, I don't know if they got the flyer up or not right now.
What's GIBAbowling.com?
Yeah, GIBA-bowling.com. Yeah,
Okay.
It's really fantastic. It's
And you just go there, reserve a spot? Okay.
Yeah, I was just, they have 3 squads. I was trying to find a payout.
Does it fill up pretty quickly?
They do sell out.
Okay, so
They
get
do.
your entries in soon.
Yeah, these events
what you're
always
saying.
sell out. Yeah. Let me see if I can Happy Night Winter Classic payout. I've been doing it for 12 years, streaming these tournaments. Let's see if they got a payout list here. It's not top heavy at all. They pay 1 and 3.
Oh, that's a good ratio.
And they have a modified step ladder in their events.
Okay.
So the way that it works is all pins carry over. So you bowl, I think it's 7 games of qualifying.
Okay.
Then the cashers come back and bowl 5. And the top 4 are the top 4 on the step ladder.
After the cashers round, like no matter what?
Yep.
Okay.
Then 9 bowls 12 in a match.
Okay.
11 bowls 10 in a match. The winner of each one of those then get the 7th and 8th seeds come over. Then the winners of each one of those will bowl the 5 and the 6 seeds.
Okay.
The winners of each one of those bowl to see who's going to be the 5 seed. And then the 5 bowls the 4, and you move pairs after every game.
That's kind of it. That's unique in its own way.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I like different formats that way, like, you know, it's not all round robin all the time.
And I think if I remember correctly, first is like $3 grand, but there's a bet you win pot that people get in. It's $10, and if you win, you get all that too.
Oh, dang, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and then it's
so if a person does win, but they're not in the pot, does that pot
it carries over? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty
There's
cool.
carryover sometimes.
It's kind of like the TAT.
Yeah.
Or that progressive pot.
Yep. And then they have, I think if you make the top 6, you're guaranteed $1 grand.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great payout.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yep.
Especially for a $150 entry.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yep. And they cap your brackets, but they're very fair, and they donate all the bracket money back into the prize fund.
Wow. Wow. That's well, I think I know what I'm doing tonight. Registering.
You should come and bowl it.
Our entries live. Are they open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe
Perfect.
Engelkiss runs them, and then I live stream them every time.
Perfect.
So,
perfect.
yeah. Past champions, by the way. Past champions. GIBA-bowling.
If it's anywhere in the Iowa, I feel like Dave Dentlinger. He's probably.
Oh, Dentlinger. Yeah. He makes the finals all the time.
Yeah, he's a great dude.
Matt McNeil, Derek Sapp, Nick Heilman,
Oh.
Jason Poley, Casey Murphy twice, Tom Hess 3 times, Matt Smith, Steve Keeler, Dave Barras twice,
Wow.
Vince Biondo, Nick Pate, Michael Martell, Nate Stubler's won it 3 times.
Holy, that's a good list of names right there.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yep. Doherty has come in and bowled it in between PBA stops 1 time. Sean Maldonado bowled.
No, so you were saying how the pattern's pretty tough. Are we talking like 1-to-1, 2-to-1? Enough to trick you?
Let's put it this way. To make the cashers round has been as low as -85.
Wow. Okay, so they're a grind.
But it's also been as high as 80.
Okay. Okay, that's a pretty fair scoring pace, though.
Yeah.
We're like, don't have to average, 225 just to make the cut.
And they treat you like gold when you come in there, too. They treat me like ESPN when I walk through the door. They take care of me, anything I need. They're awesome.
Nice.
The old center, Maple Lanes, somebody broke in the middle of the night. The cleaning guy was in there. They had him down on the ground. They robbed the place, lit the place on fire, it burnt to the ground.
Jesus.
And then instead of selling the property, the owner, the Amy family, built a brand new bowling center from the ground up.
Wow,
That's where we go in September. And then we go to their other center that hosts the PWBA, Cadillac Lanes, in the fall. So Maple Lanes has SPL, and Cadillac has Pro Lane.
Pro Lane.
Yeah, so it's a good mixture.
No, that's incredible. Yeah, because most people, when something happens to their establishment, they just they'll
collect the money and they're done.
Yeah, exactly.
They're a bowling family up there, man.
No, that's good to hear. That's very good to hear.
The one in February is tough to get to if the weather's bad sometimes.
I'll just put my truck in snow mode and we're
there
good to go.
I think it does sometimes conflict with PBA.
Okay.
But the one in September, there's no excuse for people not to go bowl it.
Fair. I will say, like, just my schedule alone, I only have 2 free weekends from now until December. Like, there's so much to bowl nowadays, it's awesome. And, like, almost in every region, too. It's incredible.
Yeah, if there's not something else that fits better on the resume and you're available that weekend, I've encouraged PWBA bowlers to go bowl the events, honestly. I think like Jordan Richards should bowl it, Aaron McCarthy. Aaron McCarthy's bowled it in the past, but just not recently.
Yeah, I just joined their, can we get 3?
Oh!
Just bounced the wrong way. No, I just joined Aaron McCarthy's Tomsu team.
Oh.
Yeah, that tournament's pretty fun to bowl. Which weekend were you saying? Let's see if we, we might have to change something in my calendar because you've got me interested.
All right, here we go. My Google Calendar says that it is 13th through the 15th of September.
Okay, dang. I'll have to flip a coin.
What's competing there?
A PBA regional.
Oh, well.
I will say if I do win one before, you have my word, I will be at your event.
Well, I completely understand if you would choose the PBA.
Yeah, that'll the elusive PBA regional, man. Oof.
I just like to talk up Joe's events because he donates so much money back, and he gets money from the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau, and he's got all these sponsors.
Just basing the prize, like what you're saying with the prize, they do a great job.
And Ebonite sponsors it.
Awesome.
So, yeah. Which reminds me, folks, our next broadcast will be in Springfield, August 9th through the 11th, and we're going up to Iowa for the 11th Frame Open, August 16th through the 18th, and then the one we were just talking about, Ebonite Fall Classic, September 13th through the 15th, and then we'll also have the Nightmare Doubles and then the Holiday Doubles. I don't have that on my schedule yet, but I will have those updated on the website soon.
That's going to come around the corner faster than we think.
Yeah. Kendall Martin.
Doesn't like it. Oh, and gets the 7-10 to fall late. Very fortunate break.
You're down to 8th right now.
Okay, so Eric's in there twice, so I'll be at 7th.
Well, Eric hasn't gone above you yet. His score's not in yet.
Oh, okay. So regardless, he's still going to go ahead of me, so that'll put me in 7th. Casey just missed a 7-pin, but he's well ahead of me already.
I think you're going to be like 10th or 11th.
Okay. And then more spots added, so I think overall 10 people would still need to pass me the next squad.
Yeah.
I still feel pretty safe. I think David White might be the number.
Yeah.
I think 155 could be it.
So just a reminder, everybody, we'll be back with C Squad qualifying at 8 p.m. Central Time. Be about 2 hours from now. This is the final game here. I've got the standings linked in the chat room. I highly recommend clicking on that link and then bookmarking it or saving it for you to be able to reference throughout the weekend. Is Brad Miller going to beat you?
I'm not sure. What is Brad? Have they put his score in yet?
Yeah, so he is, what is he, 174 over?
Okay.
So it looks like Brad's off to a pretty good start this game, so he will get around you.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one. It's gonna be a close one. If I have to bowl again, I have to bowl again. So be it. Yeah, it looks Brad's having a good last game. Double, 9 spare, working on a triple. Casey Murphy has a big enough cushion, even though he's not having a great last game.
It's amazing to me how many strikes guys like you and so many good bowlers can throw in a given set. Sitting back here watching this, it's amazing.
Yeah, sometimes a lot of, like, when you do get in that zone, it's just kind of like autopilot. Like, you're not thinking as much. Everything's just, you know, flowing naturally. You're sticking with that process. You can still see there's a little bit out of bounds. You get it going all right a little too quick. Just doesn't get off of it. Overall, I'd say Josh picked a pretty respectable pattern.
Yeah, I like it because it's just tricky enough that it's not a wall.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not hard.
No, completely agree.
You had a 180 game in there, didn't you?
I had 2 of them today. The first game I started open, and then just started with the wrong ball again. Thought I could try something new today, and it just didn't work. And then didn't execute a lot of great shots in that game either. And then same with game 3, was battling the left lane. Only threw 1 strike on it, where I was perfect on the right lane, so the left lane just kind of gave me some fits. But overall, just, you know, watching a squad, you learn some new things and what you can and can't do.
So, I know you run around with folks on tour. I know you got a lot of friends. These tour trials that are coming up,
They're coming fast.
are you going to be attending to support other guys? Because for a while, you were kind of a guy out there that was having to bowl to get your way in, and I know you got some friends. Are you, now that you're in, are you going to go? Does it make sense?
Unfortunately, my schedule is a little busy during that time, so I won't be able to make it up to Chicago. But I have my tour roommate, Nathan Rueth-LaJoy, bowling it. So we've been messaging back and forth the last couple of weeks, and he's putting in a lot of work, especially after he was involved in a pretty awful car accident.
Really?
That nearly ended his life. It's a Canadian thing, but he hit a moose, and hitting a moose is just not good. They're probably double the size of a deer, if not triple, and like you hit a moose, they'll just look at you and laugh and walk away while you're struggling to survive.
So how does he hit a moose? I'm just curious.
They just run out just like deer.
They run.
Oh yeah, these things are huge, man. Huge. Like, I don't ever recommend someone getting close to a moose or trying to pet one or you go the opposite direction because they're dangerous. They're dangerous creatures. But he's putting in a lot of good work now, and he's super prepared to make it out of tour trials because he's got the talent. He's won the Ballmaster before, so he's won on a global stage. He just, the PTQ can do a lot of mind games to you.
Another guy that's going to have to be bowling those tour trials is right there, Brad Miller.
It's so crazy to say. It's super talented, and there's a lot of good talent that has to bowl the tour trials. It's wild.
When I bowled a lot when I was a youth, I had to bowl every day. I had to bowl every day. When I drilled new balls, I had to throw them 3 or 4 times practicing before I could take them to a tournament and really trust what they were doing. If I took any significant amount of time off, and I mean significant time, 4 days, it wasn't good for me. That's just me personally. And I think Brad's got a little bit of that in him. I don't think Brad's somebody that can walk away for a couple weeks and then just go bowl a regional and be great. I think he's somebody that has to keep the reps in. I think he has to do that to be able to be sharp, because I think 80% Brad isn't good enough to get a check. I think you got to have 100% Brad to get a check, and then some other things have to kind of match up and line up for him to possibly win on tour.
Oh, for sure.
I just think
it's super hard to win on tour. There is so much talent out there. The young talent is getting better and stronger.
Every year tougher.
Yeah, now we got, the Hall of Fame's kids now joining tour. We got Ryan Barnes now coming. Eric Jones, Dio Bernard won this year. What'd you get to, Bug? That's a lot. Well, you went 260, 260?
260 and 260.
Attaboy.
My low gains are low. High gains are
I might have to bowl next squad. I'm not sure yet. We've been monitoring the scores all afternoon.
You are 13th now.
13th now. That's not
with
good.
With Casey Murphy, who's going to go around you. But Trey Martin.
Those guys can still go around me because they're already 200 over. Yeah, I think I got a bowl. We'll just have to provide the same energy David did all block.
Yeah. I mean, you should go 200 over.
Oh, I agree. I didn't throw it the best this morning. A couple of errors that we can fix, and there's no reason why we can't go 200 over, if not 300 over.
I'm not sure why I'm missing Brad Miller's name on here.
Maybe there he is. He is 174 over right now.
Yeah, it looks like you're gonna fall out, dude.
Yeah.
I guess you have to bowl.
That's scoring pace was higher than we thought the last couple of games. That's all right. We like a good challenge. Casey with 191 the last game. Brad Miller, 255.
All right. Well, Zach, thanks for joining me. I'm going to wrap up this broadcast here.
Perfect.
But, dude, I really appreciate you sitting here.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Yeah, so did I. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Everybody, that's Zach Wilkins. We wish him luck tonight. He's going to have to bowl, and maybe he'll be hoisting the trophy come Sunday.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mike.
Yep. Thanks. That's Zach Wilkins, everybody. I know I enjoyed it. I'm sure you did as well. All right. That's going to do it for this round of coverage. I was going to try to bring up the scores. Looks like they're all in now. Zach's first man out. 22 pins out of the cut. Let me bring this up on the screen for you guys. And we'll talk about the scores really quick before we sign off the air and come back and do it again. All right, let's see. This isn't the world's greatest looking thing here, but I'll do what I can for you here. I'm just going to put it right here. Let's put it right in the center of the screen. And here we go. Eric Jones. Keep in mind, oh, I guess they took his other number out already. Okay, so Eric Jones, 1976. Hardigan at 1937. Robarge at 1907. Boog Kroll, Michael Holloman, Casey Murphy, Carl Williams, Gary Faulkner, Chris Seligman, Trey Martin, Brad Miller, Corey Umbrello, Kendall Martin, Chandler Tisdale, Aaron Holloman inside your top 15. Zach Wilkins just outside, Chase Valenzuela, Jason Britton, David White, Tim Hardigan, Dimitri Cruz, also outside of the number, Clay Hardgrow, Justin Wynn, Landon Connell, Aaron Jones, James Cantier, Corey Imhoff, Brian Kirkendall, Jared Thompson, Tamario Ashley, Kevin Smith, Danny Schubert, Tamario Ashley again, John Johnson, Blake DeMore, Daniel Chavez, Brandon Johnson, Nick Agnew, Corey Smith, Donnie Wilson, Andrew Stevens, Corkey's Chisholm, Jared Thompson, Matthew Merriweather, and the rest of the cast here. So,
score from game 6.
61 entries.
Other than that, I'm going to give you all 5 minutes.
That would be 15th. Makes the cut. And there it is, right there.
After the 5 minutes.
Folks, I want to thank our sponsors again. Brunswick Bowling, Bowl 101 Pro Shop, Bowlifi, Splash Car Wash. I want to thank Zach Wilkins for joining me the entire block. I want to thank you for watching here on Inside Bowling. I want to thank the entire crew here at Central Bowling Lanes for hosting us. Of course, Josh Imhoff, our tournament director, who put this whole thing on. I'm Mike Flanagan, signing off from Hot Springs, Arkansas, here from the 2024 Spa City Open. B Squad in the books, C Squad coming up 8 o'clock here tonight. Only in one place, and that is right here on Inside Bowling. Can't wait to see you tonight, everybody. Have a great break. I know I will, and I can't wait to see you tonight as we find out who's going to make it into the top 1/4 of the field here for tomorrow to see who will be the champion when this thing's over. See you in a little bit.